What's going on, guys? What's going on, Christian? We hit on Mowgli yesterday. Look, we already put him up here. Did you leave before we hit Mowgli? It was right at the end. Like I think that I had said, "Hey guys, we're gonna be off for the day," and then I was like, you know what? We'll talk about Mowgli. And then next thing you know, we just talked about all the Amber cards that we'd seen. So we got Mowgli and Mickey up here at the top of our S tier. What's going on, Star said? How's it going, man? How are you tonight? How's everybody's night going? It's a beautiful Thursday, right? Anything exciting for people on Thursdays? I know a lot of people are already over in Milwaukee. One of our Mad Hatters is over there. Raleigh made his way over, so he is in his hotel room knocking out a bunch of testing before he goes to bed tonight for tomorrow's event. So, so, so yeah. Any of you guys going to the DLC this weekend, or is everybody sticking around playing some deal or playing some set champs tonight? No Reese's, but orange juice. This is the. Have you guys tried the orange? If you're local, I know it's a local Costco thing. But our local Costco does fresh squeezed orange juice every day. So in the morning, they come out with this juicing machine and they just do like 100 oranges and then just make fresh orange juice right there. And it is delicious. Like it is just pure 100% oranges that they've squeezed themselves, and it is awesome. And it's delicious and I love it. It's expensive, unfortunately, for orange juice when you can just buy like the high sugar stuff from Walmart, but that's okay. It's worth every penny. Yeah, I know. No DLC for me, of course. I didn't know if I'd be back in time, so I didn't even try for tickets. So I'm just rocking the set champs, which I'm happy about. Set champs this weekend is one of our local Safari Zone is doing their set champs this weekend. So I'm glad that I get to be here for it. Being that my parent store, I think is what people would call it. So happy to be back for that, and glad that I'll be there. So it, I hate that we keep doing set champs during DLCs though. Like that's really unfortunate. I don't know if there's really a way to circumnavigate that, to be honest. But you know, they announced DLC, or they announced the set champs for next set today on the Lorecast, and they announced that that's going to start the first weekend of January, which means set champs again will be during the DLCs and everything. So that's happening again next set. So, but yeah, if you guys missed the Lorecast, set champs is January. 4 weekends in January, starting the first weekend of January. So, but yeah, I'm glad everyone's having a good time though. We are knocking out Steel and Sapphire tonight. That's what we're going to get at. I guess I didn't need 3 of these. I only needed 1 because we already have Steel over here. So we'll start with Steel, and then work our way through Sapphire, and then work our way through all the extras and kind of see where we get. And then we can kind of do a recap and see if we want to change our mind on any cards based off of new things that we've kind of seen. So but yeah, it's gonna be a fun night. We're gonna knock them all out tonight. We're gonna knock out every card that we've seen. I know we still do not have all of the cards that have been released yet, but I think we've got to be getting close, right? We've got to be Lorcana. We've got to be right on the verge of getting all of them, I think. Yeah, yeah. So, cards. And then, okay, so right here. And then we want to see the filters and start with Steel and Whispers in the Well. All right, and that's all of our cards right here for Steel. So we'll kind of get started. Same thing that we've been doing. We'll kind of just find the card, and we'll get Dreamborn up now because we'll probably need it. And yeah, we'll start with this one. We'll start with He Hurled His Thunderbolt. I've seen people calling it the Timu Zeus, right? Along Came Zeus, the song that dealt 5 damage, 4 cost Uninkable. In this case, we have our 4 cost Uninkable. He hurled his Thunderbolt. So the same thing, right? We got Zeus throwing a Thunderbolt, but this time only dealing 4 damage to chosen character, and your deity characters gain Challenger +2. So and Challenger +2 this turn. One thing I do like about this is your deity characters gain Challenger +2. So you don't have to like choose a deity to get Challenger +2. So that is exciting. Now there is downside to that. If it did say like, well, that wouldn't matter either because it's not like any Vanish characters or deities. So that doesn't actually matter. But so yeah, just your deity characters in general. I am curious how many deity characters that are on Dreamborn right now are there? Did I spell it? Is Dreamborn not have any deity characters right now? D-E-I. Oh, it is D-E-I-T-Y. So, let's see how many deities we actually have that are on Dreamborn. Because I'm sure there's some that have been released that are not on Dreamborn yet. But, so there's a couple actually, which is actually really interesting. So, we'll look at that Zeus here in a little bit. So there are a couple cards where this could actually be impactful. And you could actually do some things. Hades gets that. Hades is the big one, right? Hades is a big deity as well as Maui. But Hades getting +2 is actually a really big deal, breaking that 5 point. So that matters a lot. And Shark, though, Baby Sizu, maybe that does matter if you're in that. So there's a couple of options there. But as far as he hurled his Thunderbolt, if you're running a song deck, like it's gonna see play. And when we look at some of the options that we have for it, we have the of course, you can sing it with Rhino, right, on turn 2. Ursula can sing it on turn 3, or Troubadour can sing it on turn 3. Pete Shiftline can sing it, of course. So there's a lot of things. Now, my big concern with it is 4 damage versus 5 damage is a big deal. When we look at, like, it still clears a lot, right? It clears a Dumbo and, other things, but 5 damage clears so much. Like, this alone no longer clears a Shark, which is a big deal because we know right now it seems like Maui Half Shark's coming back, but it does clear something like Powerline. It clears a Genie as well, so that's really helpful. But it doesn't clear an Elsa. It does clear Belle. It doesn't clear really any of the gargoyles either. When we look at some of the gargoyles, how many of the gargoyles are on Dreamborn? I probably didn't even spell it right. So, or are none of them just on? Okay, nah. So it doesn't clear any of the impressive gargoyles, right? Brooklyn's the only one that it actually clears. So 4 damage is unfortunate. If it was 5 damage, it would be an S tier card for me without a doubt. Looking at it though, for me, I think it's an A tier card. And again, we kind of talked about it yesterday when we talked about is Steel Song going to come back? And it could, right? It definitely can. But the thing with it is how many characters are coming into the game that now have a willpower. Stop it. A willpower of 5, right? I mean, we're playing characters with a 5 willpower on turn 3 at this point. Prince John, you're probably going to be able to clear that. But I don't know. Maybe I am being too rough on it because I want it to be Zeus and I want it to deal 5. Maybe 4 damage is enough. And again, it's a song. It's a damage song, and it being a damage song is a really big deal. So maybe I'm looking at it with blinders on in the idea of I just want it to be Zeus. So I think S tier is appropriate. I think it can sit there and we can be happy with that. It works with Max Goof, so that's a big deal as well. That being able to Max Goof, of course, being the one that lets you play a card from your discard, and then it goes on the bottom of your deck when he quests. So that's a really big deal. Baby Goof doesn't doesn't let you bring it back to your hand, but Max Goof does let you play it. So that is really impactful. Price hasn't changed much since since the Max Goof came out, but yeah, I think S tier works, and the price has gone up. So since they announced he hurled his Thunderbolt, Max Goof has actually come up. It was at $16, so the other day, so it was as low as $14.61. So okay, I agree. We can put it in S tier, and we'll call it S tier. All right, next up we've got the Steel Champion. We've got Pluto. Pluto is too big. Pluto is a 5/5/2. He is, during your turn, whenever one of your steel characters banishes another character in a challenge, gain 2 lore. Whenever you play another steel character, you may banish chosen item. So this, I think this Pluto is another really good champion, like Mickey Mouse. Maybe not on the, like, he's good stats, right? Being a 5/5 is great stats on turn 5. His ability is a big deal. I mean, you can play this. If we look at Mushu, that's not. Hang on a second. Is there not a Mushu? What's the name of the, I could have sworn it was Mushu. Was there not a Mushu that when you challenge something, you gained lore? I'm 100% positive there is. And I'm pretty sure it's a red steel card. Yeah. Is it not called Mushu? Dream, or what? Color? Oh, is it because I have color ruby? I have set 5, 6. Oh, I'm missing set 7. Okay, there we go. Arcasia's Island. There we go. So here, yeah. So imagine you play like Max. Imagine you play this Pluto, and then you, on turn 6, you drop a Mushu, and now if you challenge something and banish it, you can gain 4 lore off of that. Like, that's pretty cool, you know, a neat interaction and everything. And so that's kind of neat. I like that idea, but I think Pluto is I think he's a good card. Like, I don't think he's an auto include in steel decks by any stretch of the imagination, but man, could you imagine if it just said whenever one of your steel characters banishes another character? Like, that would be a big deal. But yeah, I think A tier is appropriate because he's just good. Like, if you're running a high statted tempo based deck, I think you can include Pluto. Again, he's a good 5-drop. He's a 5/5/2, and that alone is a good 5-drop. And if Blue Steel Items becomes a really big deck, as a lot of people are talking about it right now, then Pluto becomes even more important. So, oh, what's going on, Lorcana dude? How are you, man? Can I ask your thoughts and advice and suggestions? Yeah, man, ask away. So that's what we're here for. We're here to have some fun rating cards, but also just to, yeah, if you have questions, man, ask away. Do not hesitate, brother. So, hi, baby.
Hi.
Getting ready for bed?
Yeah, I'm tired. I can't stay awake.
Okay. Pluto might see play in Infinity. I guess what deck would want to run him in Infinity? Because in Infinity, one of the problems in Infinity is so many. Oh, that's a really good point, because Blue Steel Items is a very, very prevalent deck. I think it's won 2 of the last big Infinity events. So that's a good. His second line is a big deal for sure, and so that might be very true. And then in Infinity, a 5/5/2 is a 5/5/2 is actually a really impactful stat line. So, good point. And as well as red blue items. Lorcana, dude, I want to play the Amber Sapphire Princess deck. Should I buy the Fabled starter or singles to build my deck? I want to play Amber Sapphire Princess deck. So what? I guess if we're looking at, hang on. Okay. we're gonna guggle this really quick. Amber, Sapphire, Fabled starter deck. Card list. Okay. Bear with me, guys. We're gonna help. Lorcana dude's been playing for about 7 days, so we're gonna give him a hand really quick. So this is the starter deck for it, according to this guy, and I believe him. So if you're looking to build like an actual Amber Sapphire Princess deck, looking at this, it comes with 2 Auroras, which is really good. But after that, I don't think you're really running any of these cards in a princess deck that is relevant right now. Aurora, so you run the Aurora and you run Hans, but other than that, you're not running any of these cards. So so that's going to be the big thing. So if you can get by with just doing singles, I would recommend going the singles route, because that starter deck isn't actually giving you anything that you really need for the princess deck to be effective. So the next card, steel card we got Castle Wyvern. It's a 2-cost inkable 1/5/1, and I know it's super blurry for whatever reason. Characters gain Challenger +1 and Resist +1 while here. So this is actually a really decent location. Because first off, it comes down on 2, which is cheap. It only costs 1 to move there, which is really cheap, and you gain 1 lore. Again, cheap. 5 health is pretty low, but again, if you're playing, let's say you include this in a green steel location silver deck, and then at that point you play this on turn 2, you play a Captain Hook on turn 1, you play this on turn 2, and then you play John Silver on turn 3. If they don't banish your John Silver or this location, that John Silver is going to quickly add up to a lot of different resists going on. So that's really good. Like, this is it. I'm really impressed with this location. If it was 6 HP, it would be an A tier, maybe S tier. So the other thing, though, is so 5 HP on turn 2, what is it going to be worried about? Where that 6 health breakpoint changes much, because Calhoun's, Rafiki's, Captain Hooks, they still deal 6 damage, right? So that is a factor where I don't know if this 6 versus 5 on a location that comes down so early has such a big impact. But what does have a really big impact is that Resist +1 coming down so early, because now what you can do is you could potentially make some super impactful plays where you play a 1-drop, then you play a 2-drop, and then you play this on turn 3, move a character, and then challenge into something, and they didn't expect it to have Resist +1. So I think that could be a really big deal. But I don't know. I think later on in the game, so it's only going to be super great early, right? Because it is so cheap, because it later on, so past turn 3, it loses a lot of its effectiveness all of a sudden, because now it's not really staying alive for more than 1 turn. So Calhoun Resist 2 is really strong. Makes Hamster Resist 3 and hit for the wanted 5. That's true as well. Is A tier too much for it? Or is it B tier is the question. It's not S tier for sure. But just even if you draw this late game, it's so cheap, like it's only costing 3, that you're able to do stuff with it. You can give something Challenger +1 and Resist +1 if you draw it late game, and then they still have to answer it because it's gaining you that 1 lore. Am I overly optimistic calling it a an A tier card. What do you guys think? Am I overly optimistic on that one? I'm also just a sucker for locations. You know, I was super big on Rapunzel's Tower and things like that. So I like seeing locations come back into the game. I think it's been what, 2 or 3 sets now since we've seen locations. So you guys let me know if I'm being overly optimistic calling it A tier. I think it's effective early, and then it's effective late. Mid game, it's gonna lose a little bit of its effectiveness, but early, like, I think it's quite a strong card overall. We'll see. All right. Clawhauser is our next steel card. Clawhauser is, of course, in a different language, but I'm assuming offensive is Challenger +2, but let's double check here. So if we click on him, our Donut Detective, Challenger +2. All right, so he is a 6-cost 5/6/2 with Challenger +2, so it's 7/6. I've never been the biggest fan of expensive cards that have Challenger. Like, it almost just reads vanilla to me. Because the 5 trades into most everything anyways, like, that's going to trade into him. Now, with him getting +2, that does help him break points wise, like, for example, the Cauldron Born. So that is impactful. So, but other than that, I don't know if this card sees any play, because again, Challenger +2 is just not doing anything. It might as well be vanilla. It's an ally, it's a detective, but what happens is you play Clawhauser and he doesn't do anything the turn that you actually play him. And so that is a detriment to me. And for that reason, just being essentially a vanilla 5/6/2, he's a C for me. I think C is a good home for him. Starset agrees. I think it's a solid B tier card only because there's better cards you're going to see that I think is okay. So I know, yeah, you're talking about the castle, yeah. So, and that could be true too. Like, there's just other things you're trying to set up on turn 3, and because of that, that's why you're not trying to play Starset. So that is a point. One thing that I'm really interested in for next set is a location heavy green steel deck with something like John Silver, because we know that everybody and their mother is going to be running the board wipes that we have available now. We have Under the Sea with Heads Held High, we have the Prince Philip board wipe, and then we have the new one that was announced today that we'll get to, the 6-cost Uninkable. So if you're running like a John Silver, you're getting that lore burst early on, and then you run a bunch of locations that don't get answered by those board wipes. That's kind of sexy. So I am kind of excited to explore that a lot this set, because there's going to be so many different board wipes early on. But maybe Alice Blue Steel for the strength after ramp, but Mega Situational B at least. I just want to play Daisy Duck and draw some cards. Yeah, so I think, yeah, we're talking about Clawhauser, Jeremy. So everybody just wants to draw cards. That's what we want to do here. What's going on, Markoth? What's going on, man? Yeah, red steel locations as well. Like, I think there's just a lot of location things to explore with this set, and I think it's going to be worth exploring in a way that it hasn't really been before. In the past, location decks have always been more of a meme kind of thing, like everyone's super excited, but with how many people early on that will be running all of the removal to their own detriment, I think it's more powerful than ever. Now, talking about more powerful than ever, 4-cost Uninkable Mayor Winddancer, the 5/7/1, this sexy stud here is quite the card for turn 4. Like, this is an impressive turn 4 vanilla card. I mean, the 5/7 stat line is magnificent. Like, that is really good. Like, this, I think, I mean, you play, like, let's say you're just playing blue steel right? And you just play this on turn 3. Like that's an amazing turn 3. Like, what are you gonna do? Markoth, Mulan on 1 to discard the tunnels, play the action to play it from discard for free. Tunnels, I haven't gotten to tunnels yet. Is that a steel location? Or a red location that we didn't see yet? But we'll get there. Sugar Rush got some really good cards this set. Yeah, Best Horseman, S tier, what a lad. Yeah. I mean, and that's just it, right? Blue Steel plays Mayor on turn 3. And then you have a 5/7 that you have to deal with. And that is a beefy card. But it is a vanilla. But again, do you need your cards to be doing something you play them if you're playing it on turn 3 or turn 4? Is it that big of a deal? Give him trample. Oh gosh, that would be such a cool keyword for Lorcana. Like, it would be interesting. Like, what would the story behind it be that you can banish a character and it gains you lore, right? But there'd have to be some kind of story behind whatever they call it. But I think that would be quite the interesting keyword. It would be a dangerous one too. Like, those would have to be some high cost cards to have that kind of effect. But Mayor Windancer, Blue Steel plays him on turn 3, Red Steel plays him on turn 4, and then what removes him? Literally nothing is removing him. Like, can we call a vanilla card S tier? Like, I know Starset, you said S tier, but I don't know if that was sarcasm or not, because my legitimate question is, can we call a vanilla card S tier? And again, like, you play this card and your opponents can't turn their card sideways anymore. Like, that's the thing. So, like, I think he is A, but as close to S as a vanilla can get. Yeah, I mean, so there's that. So maybe this is an S. Like, I think I'm gonna go S tier. If anything, just to get people to talk about it, and call it a hot take. Because it's just, yeah, I mean, like, first off, what a beautiful stud. But second off, I mean, what do you even do now? Like, what do you even do if your opponent plays a 5/7/1 across from you? Sure, you have to turn your card sideways. He doesn't have evasive, so maybe Purple Steel runs Feather. But still, the implications of staring down a 5/7 on turn 3 is massive. Or even turn 4 at its worst. So, yeah. Too many amazing new cards to not have his ability and be uninkable. It's the Chin-Po problem. Yeah. So, no, and that makes sense too, Jeremy. That makes sense as well. So, there are a lot of... So, we'll see, though. Like I said, I'm going to do a video at the end of this, kind of edit a bunch of stuff and go over what I think were the best cards of what we talked about. And maybe I just keep them in S tier just to get people's hot take on it. So, but all right, our next one going on here is Black Heron. And this is no stranger to us at this point. This 2-cost inkable 3/3/1. This has been kind of the new thing going on, is these 3/3/1 characters on turn 2. Of course, she is a 2-cost inkable, so only questing for 1, versus Diablo, that is a 2-cost uninkable, questing for 2. For that reason, of course, Diablo in my book is still better than the Black Heron, and we put Diablo at S tier, so I think that just Black Heron has to be an A tier card. And also we put the Shere Khan at A tier as well. There's not a lot to say. It's a 3/3/1. I mean, on turn 2, like, just more stats on the board that your opponent just can't do anything against. Like, it's going to trade into pretty much, well, everything. So, next up, we've got Sword. We've got Sword of Hercules. Oh, well, let's talk about that for a second. So, There is the new blue board wipe, right? Everything under 3/3 is now added to your inkwell. So with that being said, if you're saying Black Heron's an A tier or a B tier card, are you saying that Shere Khan is now a B tier card, or does he stay A tier because of his shift target? I could see that argument. So, we shouldn't judge cards based on other cards. So there is that argument too. Like that kind of goes back to, well, that's a bad card because it dies to Medusa, right? Like we've seen that argument 100 times. So there is that argument that could be something. So I don't know. Even with that item, worst case scenario, you're playing this card and your opponent can't do any, like, I mean, what if you're playing blue steel? So maybe if you're playing blue steel on turn 2, you're ramping anyways. So you're not going to be playing Black Heron. Is aggro going to be, I don't know. We'll stick them with A tier, but I think there is an argument for Black Heron to possibly be B tier versus something like Shere Khan and Diablo, because those are both activating something else, whereas this is just a body on board. So, but we have Sword of Hercules. Back to Sword of Hercules. Yeah. When you play this, it's a 2-cost item, inkable. When you play this item, banish chosen opposing deity character. And during your turn, whenever one of your characters banishes another character in a challenge, gain 1 lore. Yeah, you just include this in every steel deck. Like, it's not even a question. Like, this is like building an Amethyst deck, and the first thing you do is add 4 brooms and 4 Chernobog's followers. Like, and you have your first 8 cards of the deck. That is what Sword of Hercules is doing. Like, it's not an argument. There's really no discussion. It is an item that sticks around forever and then gains you lore when you challenge stuff. And then on top of that, you can just hold it and just flat out banish cards. Like, so, oh my goodness gracious. Earlier I talked about Thunderbolt, or the Heraldar Thunderbolt, and how it doesn't banish Shark anymore. Steel Song could run this item and just hold it in their hand and then just banish their Shark that way. I mean, so yeah, you just throw it in almost every steel deck, because why not? Like, it is an S tier card. So Enchanted's A tier, maybe S tier. It's close. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's just something. It just has so many upsides, especially maybe if we see people aren't playing Maui Half Shark, or we see people aren't playing Hades or some of these other deities, like we don't decide to run it, and maybe that's a thing. But right now, I think we have the idea that Maui Half Shark's going to be really powerful in the beginning, and then Blurple will still be a deck because people have been playing it for the last 2 months. So they're automatically going to kind of lean that way, especially because they got a good board wipe. They got better cards against aggro now. So Hades might still be a card in that deck. So, but yeah, no, I think, love you, baby. I think we can be happy there. So let's see. Francine, this card is an absolute monster. Like, I've mentioned this card a couple times, and we hadn't gotten to it yet, but Francine is a monster of a card. Like, a 4/3 resist +1. I mean, come on. Like, that's a great card, because I mean, it's an ally, right? So that's really good. The fact that it can challenge all these new 3/3s and live to tell about it, the fact that it can challenge Calhoun and live to tell about it, I think Francine is an awesome 3-drop. Again, what she does is just great. See ya, Lawrence. Yeah, challenges into Lawrence really well. So I think she's just another really good card. She, of course, she does get banished by Hercules, but I mean, there's just so many ways to boost her. You play this, and then you play Goofy on turn 4, and she gets plus Challenger. You play the location on turn 2, or Francine on turn 3, location on turn 4. Move her. Now she becomes a 5-3. So, well, 4-3 with Challenger +1, so she could take out some of the gargoyles. So, I think she's an A-tier card, and yeah, I think she's just a really good, strong card. Now, one thing that I am noticing when we're looking at a lot of these cards is they're great challengers, and maybe that's something we have to consider when we look at these steel cards. Is these are all great challengers and they're great statted cards, but part of the issue in that is that we're not gaining any lore, right? So yes, Pluto is helping us gain some lore. The sword is helping us gain some lore. So maybe that. She's good, high B tier. So I'm a lot higher on it than you guys are. All right. So why the fact that she can challenge so much and live, like, maybe, but again, maybe it's also part of the problem that I'm kind of getting at or saying is that all these cards have great stat lines, but does it matter if they're not turning sideways? And maybe that's kind of the point. So, but I'll go with majority vote. Majority vote saying B tier, maybe high B tier. So we'll put her in B tier. But I know this is a card that I think is pretty positive. Again, though, she's not challenging evasives and things like that. So that is something as well. Very playable card. If I'm looking at 3-cost utility stats, I'm probably running the gargoyle. Yeah, and that makes sense as well. So next up, we've got the Inspector Tezuka, 2-cost inkable, 2/3/1 bodyguard. I mean, ally, so works off of Scar, detective. 2-drop bodyguards, though. I can run Prince, a 0/5/1. I can run Jim Deere. I can run, I mean, so I don't think this is ever a card. It works with Chief Bogo, right? So if you wanted to do that, but I don't know. I think Inspector Tezuka is a D tier. Like, I just don't know why you'd want to run her unless you wanted a detective deck and you needed some early game detectives. So, oh yes, it is. It is the Kita. That's exactly it. So this is the Kita, the 2/3/1 Kita from what, set 2 or something, set 3, whatever set she came out on. So, she came out before I started playing, but yeah, I think she's a D tier card. I think there's a better chance you see Clawhouse being played before you see Inspector being played. I just don't think detectives got a lot of help this set, which is sad because maybe they haven't. I just haven't seen them, right? I remember detectives got spoiled last set. At least some of them did. And I just feel like I haven't seen a lot of detective help, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and we'll get there. So maybe she will come up because the fact that she is a detective is that important. So, but we do have a location here. Zootopia. I don't know why their locations come in so blurry, but it is a 1-cost inkable, 1/4/1. Once during your turn, whenever you move a character here, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. So I think this is the one, goofy ones from yesterday and some abilities. Yeah, so I think that is Zootopia the one that you mentioned earlier, Markoth. But again, 1-cost. Wochuk really showed us what the power of a 1-cost location that gains you 1 lore can do. I mean, that was a huge piece of his deck. That was why his version of Steel Song can be so powerful against Red Blue back in the day. So what Zootopia is doing is it's essentially doing that. And I don't remember was it Neverland that I think it was Neverland that Wochuk would run in his list. And this is doing that same thing, except it has a Mulan effect. Once during your turn, you can draw a card and discard a card. So when you move a character here, so Luminary Tunnels. All right, we'll get there. So, but again, helps with John Silver decks. You want cheap locations for that. It is a card you can just play on one, which is really impactful. It can force, the thing I like about locations that are gaining you lore is it can force your opponent to turn their characters sideways to attack into them. I don't know. I mean, just having one cost locations again is what's going to make John Silver playable. But do you rate it higher because it makes one specific card? Is that in that? And then, I mean, I put this location, what was it called? Castle Wyvern in A tier. And I find that location to be much better than Zootopia. So I think B tier. But again, it's another powerful card that we could run in a location-heavy deck that is going to be super impactful when there's so much border removal that's coming into this next set. So next up, we've got Fairy Godmother. So another Whispers card we got going on. 4-cost uninkable. And we have a 3/5/1 with a very expensive boost effect. Boost 3. And whenever you put a card under this character, you may banish chosen opposing character. If you do, their player may reveal the top card of their deck. If that card is a character or item card, they may play it for free. Otherwise, they put it on the bottom of their deck. Oh, well, this can be kind of scary. This is like the ultimate gambling card. Like, this is like, if you just love to gamble, like, that's what's happening here. I mean, her effect, though, is so expensive. Like, I think you could, her effect is really expensive. Like, that's the wild thing, right? Now, and it's just so risky because there's just so many well-statted characters. Now, this does answer something like our stud up here, our Mayor Wind Dancer, really well, and all of those cards, but it's so expensive. So this, if you use her ability, she's only questing for 1, and you just risk your opponent opening just a crazy card off the top, like, and I just don't know if that is something you want to do. So there is the fact that you can boost. It is only once during your turn. It is on turn 7, so it is kind of like Hades, but there are ways to trigger it for cheaper and free. But yeah, I think of her as an expensive Daisy. Yeah, and that's what I was kind of thinking about is Daisy. Like, how many times have I played Daisy and then they flipped their card and it was, this big, huge, high-cost card that I just didn't want them to see. So I don't know. I think I'd rather just play something like Hades versus Fairy Godmother, or a 4-cost card that's going to have an effect. Like, you can play Wind Dancer that trades into everything. So for me, I think we could possibly see a world where she sees play, so you can abuse her boost effect. And some people really like to gamble. And there's turns like when she works, you're going to feel like the smartest player in the room. Like, I told all of you guys how good Fairy Godmother was, and no one listened to me, but look what she's done now. But when it doesn't work, you're going to look like the biggest dumb person in the entire room because you did that. So yeah, I think Fairy Godmother is in C tier. I think she can be a unique card, being able to use her effect, like a Hades, same turn you play her, or using her effect on turn 5 or turn 4 if you ramped on turn 2. That's all fine and dandy as well. So there's that. There is that. Just really expensive boosts, though. So moving on, though, we've got the twins. The Twins is a 6-cost inkable 5/5/2. When you play this character, if you have a location in play, you may deal 2 damage to chosen character. Just too expensive. I mean, it's a 6-cost 5/5/2, and dealing 2 damage by the time you're playing this. I don't know how important that's going to be. Like, how happy am I to see a Fire the Cannons on turn 6, on turn 5 or turn 6? And it's not very happy. And you have to do it, you have to have a location in play as well, which is difficult. Like, I think this is another D tier card, personally. Let me know if you guys think that I'm a little rough on this one, but it's a turn 6, 5/5, C tier on ramp. Like, but even then, like, even if you ramp, so now you're using your ramp on turn 2, and then turn 3 you have to play a location. Turn 3 or turn 4 or whatever, you have to play a location, and then you can play this to deal 2 damage. When instead, like, I just don't know how much that 2 damage is going to be pertinent, is my problem. And that's why for me, they are sitting down there in D tier. So, but we do have a lot of good locations coming out. So maybe we do see it, right? But does it replace something like Tinkerbell, or a Wind Dancer that you could play later on if you're playing it on turn 6 or things like that? So, all right, we've got, but I'm much faster. Okay, but I'm much faster. 1-cost song, which is pretty unique. I don't think we've seen a lot of 1-cost songs. Chosen character gains alert and challenger +2 this turn. So again, for those of you that might not remember, alert is essentially giving your character evasive for that turn. It can challenge evasive characters. So that, it says it right there. They can challenge as if they had evasive. So that is actually really big deal. We were talking about how Cloudmancer Cloud Dancer can't challenge evasive characters. But I'm much faster, he can. And so I think this is a pretty good card. Like, one of Blue Steel's biggest weaknesses in the past has always been evasive cards. You play all these big characters, and then they just respond with playing Genie into Iago, into Elsa, like whatever, all these evasive characters that you just can't answer because they're evasive. But I'm much faster changes that completely. I mean, that's a big. I mean, now your Tipo can answer a Dumbo. That's pretty cool. So your Calhoun can answer Dumbos and Genies now. So for me, this is an A tier card. I mean, the fact that it's a 1-cost song means that you can just straight up have you can play a 1-drop Mulan, Happy, whatever, and it can sing this to go on your Calhoun or whatever card you have, on top of the fact that challenger is crazy. And yeah, and it also pops illusions, which is a good point. I don't know how popular illusions are going to be next set, because of how there's just so many good high statted characters that you don't need to play illusion anymore, I don't think. But also triggers big aerial, which is another really good point. So yeah, what's going on, Jason? How you doing, man? Be careful how you word that, because it does not give. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I changed it. Because it doesn't give them evasive. It just gives them that ability to challenge evasive characters. And they brought alert for, that very specific reason, because they don't want those characters to be given evasive. So, but yeah, so I think A tier fits for that. I think this is a card that we'll see play for sure, just because of how powerful it is and what it does enable your characters to be able to do. So, Incognito okay, it's not in English. I was like, what? And that doesn't say incognito at all. Okay, let's see what this item does. All right, ingenious device. All right, not even close. Ingenious device. What do you do? So, ingenious device is you pay, so it's a 3-cost uninkable item. You pay 2 and exert this item, banish this item, draw a card, then choose and discard a card. Time flies. During your turn, when this item is banished, deal 3 damage to chosen character or location. Reading is hard. Okay. Reading is hard. So this card lets you, during your turn, when this item is banished, deal 3 damage to chosen character or location. It lets you draw and discard, so it lets you cycle. I don't know. This is Bell doing a superhero landing on top of this. I mean, yes. So, but the problem with this is that you're going to have to pay 2 to banish this item, right? So that can be... Okay, I want to look at something. I want to look at Pluto really quick. Whenever you play another steel character, you may banish chosen item. So, can you play this item on turn 3? And so we're talking about the bag here. Yeah, exactly. So you play the item on turn 3, Pluto on turn 4, assuming no, you can't because you're playing purple steel at that point. Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, okay. Bell doing I'm tracking the bells. I forgot about the 3-cost bell, right? That can banish. That is really powerful. See, I was thinking purple bell. I was in a whole new world. But I don't know. That's kind of cool too. Like what I was getting at is if you play this in purple steel, like both of these cards, the way I think the way the bag works, and Markoth, I think you know where I was headed with this, but is that you play the item, then you play Pluto, and then the next turn you play. Oh no, never mind. Ignore all of that. Ignore everything I just said because Bell's not a steel character, so it doesn't work. Anyways, ignore everything I just said. We'll just go back to what Markoth said because that was really smart. Yeah, this item works great with Bell. Okay, as far as this thing goes, it wasn't even a long day for me. I had a great day, everybody. I had a great run. The wife and I went on a nice run together. Had a great run. We went to Sprouts, which was great. I got my orange juice from Sam's Club, and I'm over here acting like I've had the longest day of my life. So, I mean, if you have Pluto out, you can play the bombs and then any other steel card. Yes, exactly. So, but as far as this card goes, it works really well with Bell, but it costs 5. Without Bell, you're looking at essentially you play this on turn 3, and then it's going to cost 2 later on to do it unless you banish an item in another way. I don't know. This one's kind of difficult for me. You can get it back with Tamatoa, and then Tamatoa can quest and play it for free the next turn. So there's that. I don't know. What do you guys think about this one? This one is definitely tough for me to put in a place that fits, because I mean, if you have Bell in your hand, this is a great turn 3 play, right? Like, you play this on turn 3, you blow it up with Bell, and then you deal 3 damage to something. So you clear your opponent's Diablo, you clear your opponent's Calhoun, Dumbo, all of those things. So with Bell, this is an amazing card, an amazing trigger for her. But that means you're also forced to, like, do you keep it like a shift package if you're going that route? I don't know. Like, that's difficult for me. So then again, Blue Steel, like, they've always needed items that do damage. Like, that's one of the things they've always wanted, were items that did damage, more ways to do damage. But is it worth your turn 3? Like, I'm tempted just to throw it in B tier just because I don't know. Like, I really don't know how to rate this card because I don't know. So I'll look to see what you guys had to say about it. But moving on in the meantime, we've got Minnie Mouse. Oh boy. Okay, Minnie Mouse is a 2/3/1. Jason says B tier. All right, perfect. We've got one person that agrees with me. That's all I need. When you play, she's a 2-cost 2/3/1. When you play this character, chosen detective character gains alert this turn. They can challenge us if they had evasive. I don't know if this matters. Like, I don't. Cool when you play this character, chosen detective characters, but that means you're having to play a detective deck. And again, how great are all the detectives right now? Do you care about them getting evasives? Is the problem. Like, this is a 2-cost card that requires other things, and I just don't know why it would matter, because the other problem is this is a 2-cost card that's not coming down on turn 2. So I just don't think it is doing a lot. D tier, yeah. So that's my favorite art of the set. Yeah, no, this does look really good. Like, and I do like that a lot of these cards that we're seeing that are coming out that were revealed in October also have kind of that Halloween theme, Headless Horseman and things like that. So also even just the Whisper keyword kind of feels like Halloween to me. I don't know if you guys feel the same. So Judy Hopps exists. Judy Hopps is, though, she is a blue card that removes an item, right? And then goes to the Inkwell, I think. We'll look at it. We'll get there when we get to Sapphire. So we've got Hudson. He's a mentor and a guardian. Gargoyle. He's a 2-cost inkable 2/4/1. When you play this character, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. If you have 3, and then of course Stone by Day effect. We've talked a lot about how Stone by Day is not really an effect that exists, but for Hudson, it exists very much so. This character will not ready for a long time. No, new Judy Hopps, but yeah, you'll see it. Yep. So this guy's not gonna ready for a really long time, and that's gonna be. But again, he's a 2/4/1. His effect, the Mulan effect is great on turn 1. Like, that is a really good effect on turn 1 with Mulan to clean up your hand. But I don't know how much we want a 2/4 on turn 2. I mean, we can play Black Heron on turn 2 to have a 3/3 that I would rather have. So is this another D tier card? Because the thing with gargoyles is gargoyles don't, from what I remember, is there's no synergy between gargoyles. Like, if you have 2 gargoyles down, then your gargoyles now gain resist +2. Like, there's none of that. So I don't think there's a reason to play a bunch of gargoyles that don't do a whole lot. So for me, D tier. Jeremy agrees, D tier. But yeah, so for me, I think that Hudson is a D tier, which is unfortunate. Hudson's a really cool character in the show that is Gargoyles. But speaking of gargoyles, we have a lot of gargoyles coming up. So we have this bad boy who got an enchanted today. And this is another one that people are super excited about, with a wall of text. Maybe future mentor class will be good. There is one that deals with gargoyles in your discard pile. Okay, so there is some synergy stuff. So, but Goliath here, hero guardian, 6-cost inkable, 6/5/2. At the end of each player's turn, if they have more than 2 cards in their hand, they choose and discard cards until they have 2. If they have fewer than 2 cards in their hand, they draw until they have 2. So this is a monster of a card. Like, it really is. I mean, this Goliath now is eliminating any reason to draw a bunch of cards. Like, because you play, like, it's wild. Like, this is a wild card. Possibly best card of the set, straight to S tier. Like, can play him on turn 4 in blue steel. Yeah, I mean, this yes, it's very much an S tier card. Like, this Goliath eliminates, the moment you see that you're against a steel deck, Goliath eliminates any desire for you to keep your hand size at a reasonable size. and you're just playing low now. And then on top of that, he refills your hand, which is insane, right? And yes, he does refill your opponent's hand as well, but like they also have to deal with a 6/5/2 now, which is wild, like absolutely wild. And the fact that it at the end of each player's turn. So, yeah, the fact that you can play this and eliminate your opponent's hand, Goliath directly answers Clarabelle now. So, okay, hang on a second. Let's go. I need to read Belle. I need to read our girl Clarabelle. So, Clarabelle, at the end of your turn, if chosen opponent has more cards in their hand than you, you may draw cards until you have the same number. Yeah, so it just eliminates it, right? Because again, it's at the end of each turn. So even if you get to draw all of those, like it doesn't matter though, because their hand goes down to 2. So Clarabelle becomes useless. Yeah. Goliath is wild. Goliath is an absolutely wild card. Like people will run Steel, and specifically because of Goliath. And what's really neat about him too is it doesn't just have to be blue Steel. I think that will be where he sees the most play because it's so easy to get to him so quickly, but he can be played in other decks as well. He is a hero, so I don't know if that matters, but yeah, I mean, I did want to look at something really quick. Did our world's greatest criminal mind go up at all? When we looked at it yesterday, it wasn't doing much. So has the cold foil gone up at all? No. No one's buying this card. So okay. Anyways, back to the tier list. Goliath, S tier card. It has synergy with Arthur. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because he's a hero. That's very true. So great card. Just a phenomenal card. Next up, we have another gargoyle. We have Lexington 441. Someone mentioned Lexington earlier. Alert, this character can challenge if they had evasive. So good game Genie. He's an ally, so Scar will buff him as well, so you can answer Elsa. Yeah, I mean, you don't even care. Your welcome is great against it. Exactly. Like your welcome would be huge. So I meant the 4-cost 663 King Arthur. The 4-cost 663 King Arthur. King Arthur. This, yeah. No, I know. Yeah, the one that no. Oh, this one. Oh my goodness, that's true. Holy crap, you're 100% correct. Goliath works phenomenal with King Arthur because you don't care about your draw step anymore because you're always just going to be drawing cards anyways. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is disgusting. That is so disgusting. I mean, oh my goodness. I didn't even think about that. Oh gosh. Anyways, world's greatest criminal mind, stocks going up. Get your cold foils now. But Lexington, being a 4/4 is just massive. And even if on turn 3 you don't get to ready him next turn, that's fine. Like he's still going to sit there as a 4/4 that can challenge evasive characters and then just say, turn something sideways, I dare you. And you can't do anything about it. Star said delete this. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think Lexington, where evasives is such a powerful thing in the meta. Genie is still such a powerful card. Dumbo is still such a powerful card. I think calling Lexington is an S tier is perfectly fine as well. Like I think this is a card that you just throw in any steel deck and you're perfectly fine with that. It also doesn't get cleared by the new 6-cost uninkable action that puts all the characters with 3 or less attack in the inkwell. So there's that as well. So So yeah, I think Lexington is a really really good card. I mean, look at Genie, right? Like the 3 cost Genie Dragon that um it does. Is the new 6 okay, now well, it's 3 cost or less. I thought it was 3 attack or less. Oh my goodness gracious. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, really quick, I'm talking about, we'll kind of skip ahead for a second because this does impact a lot that we talk about. This did I pass it? No, it's on page 2 then, or it's not even here yet. Okay. I'm skipping ahead really quick, guys, because this does impact a lot that we talk about today as far as our decisions go. So if we go into the Meyer Madness Discord, and then we go to spoilers read only, and then we go to Spooky Night, I am talking about this card right here. And so we'll kind of prep our Sapphire. So Spooky Sight, 6 cost uninkable. Put all characters with 3 cost or less into their player's inkwells face down and exerted. That's a really big deal because I really thought it was 3 attack or less. But yes, in either way, Lexington, still a phenomenal card. I still think Lexington is an S tier card that can be an S tier, and we're happy with that. So moving on, we have, let's get back to Steel. Bang. Okay. So we got Lexington and then David. So our boy David, he is a 3/2/1. When you play this character, you may choose and discard a card to deal 2 damage to chosen character. Now this is a 2 damage that I can get behind. This is a it does come at a high cost of having to discard a card. But again, if you know that you are lining up, this is actually great gargoyle synergy. And if you know you're lining up for your Goliath, you ramp on turn 2 if you're playing blue steel. Then you go David on turn 3, which you're sitting at 4 ink. So you're coming up on your Goliath turn. Then it's not really a big deal. Like, you're not super concerned about that by having to discard that card. But if you are on the play, then that is going to start getting a little dangerous. The other thing to keep in mind is 2 damage isn't a whole lot anymore, but it still does banish things like Rafiki's and all like the Tinkerbell 1-drop. It can, if you're on the play, it stops a lot of the shift targets, right? Like the Tinkerbell shift target, for example, or Clarabelle shift target. It shuts that down really well. Even on the draw, it would shut down the Clarabelle shift target if you hit the 1-drop. Starset saying S tier. I mean, it is a fire the cannons on a character, but it does come at a very big cost of discarding a card, which does feel rough. That does feel rough to me. A plan only fails when you don't learn from it, and my plans never fail. I'm sitting I think it's I'm sitting at A tier with Jason on this one. Again, by the time you're playing him and using him as his ability, like, I think the damage has already been done with those characters that have that 2 health. Now, one thing is this does banish the new Rapunzel. It does get around that. So, see, even it would be a really low or really high, really low A tier, really high B tier. But I think A tier works for him because we've seen how powerful Fire the Cannons can be. And there are still cards that you're going to want to hit for 2 damage. So we'll try it there. I mean, it's a backwards let the storm rage on kind of thing. So we'll try him in A tier. We'll try him there. All right. Next up, we've got the Robot Queen, and I know this one is wild. This one drop inkable item. When you play a character, you may pay 1 to banish this item to deal 2 damage to chosen character. And this is just silly. Because what happens with this is the Tamatoa, right? Because you play this on turn 4 whenever you want, right? And then you play Tamatoa. In the same turn that you play Tamatoa, you can pay 1 to banish this item to deal 2 damage to chosen character. It goes to your discard, and then you play the Tamatoa to get it back. And you can just do so many nasty things with the Robot Queen. And then again, this is what Blue Steel's been wanting for the longest time, of being able to deal damage with characters. And if you bring this back with Tamatoa, you can deal so much damage. Because it's wild what this card can do. Turn 1, Robot Queen. Turn 2, Ramp. Turn 3, Ingenious Device, and pop with Bell. Pay 1 for the Robot Queen. Deal 5 damage. Deal 5 damage on turn 3 like it's nobody's business. That's disgusting. I'm quickly seeing how deadly Blue Steel items can be next set. That's wild. I mean, oh gosh, that is disgusting. Now, so, okay, when you play a character, you may pay 1 and banish this item. So, you may pay 1 and banish this item to deal 2 damage. So, can you use, if you play this on turn 1, can you Bell pop it on turn 1 to deal 2 damage to chosen character? Or can you not do that? Because is it saying that you have to pay 1 and banish? Yeah, it's saying you pay 1 and banish this item. So it sounds like it's saying you have to pay 1 and banish this item. So Bell alone on turn 1 doesn't let you deal 2 damage. Or am I looking too deep into it? Have any of you guys seen or know for sure the actual ruling on that one? No, you can't. Okay. Yeah, so it would require, you couldn't do it until turn 2. That being said, you have to, and also you only, exactly, yeah. So and that's when you'd have, the earliest you could do it, what's going on, Dragon? What's going on? What we got so far? Have we rated Legendary Goliath? Oh, yes, we have, Dragon. So we have quite a few S tier cards in Steel right now, with Goliath being up there. So monster of a card. So, but yeah, exactly. You still can get a turn 1 Bell, which is nice. So yeah, I think Robot Queen is an S tier card. Just the implications of what she can do for Blue Steel items is massive. I mean, and yes, Star, that is a crazy turn. The fact that you can deal 5 damage on turn 3 is disgusting. If you have Bell and Ingenious Device, that's just nasty. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm okay with S tier for this one. I think somebody agreed with me. Who was it? Jason said S tier. So let me know if you think I'm off on that one. Am I being too friendly to Steel? Because this is definitely the most S tier cards we've had for any color so far. So, or is Blue Steel just eating really, really well this set? They're just getting fat and happy. And now here is Markoth's location that he mentioned earlier. And why are all their locations so bad? Okay, 3-cost inkable, 1/6/1. It is, while you have a character here, this location gets +1 lore for each other location you have in play. While you have a character here, you may pay 1 less to play locations. Oh my god. This location gets +1 for each other location you have in play. holy crap. This is wild to me. So I mentioned earlier on when I was talking about locations, that I think that a really solid game plan for this set, especially week 1, week 2, because everybody's going to be on the board wipes, the Prince Philip, the Under the Sea and Heads Held High, the spooky sight. Location decks I think are going to be at a premium, and this just proves my point. Like, this is a wild card. The fact that your locations will cost 1 less, while you have a character here, this location gets +1 for each other location you have in play. So this is wild. So I talked a lot about this one the other night with Silver. Yeah. I mean, Star said, this is why I wanted to put Castle in B tier. This is a wild card. This is an insane card. I mean, you play this card, you could just play this in Ruby Steel, and your opponent has to turn sideways now. They have no choice unless they can race you. They have no choice but to turn sideways at this point. And once they turn sideways, then your dreams come true as a Ruby Steel player, because now you get to challenge into them. And that's everything that Ruby Steel has needed. Ruby Steel, I mentioned when we talked about Ruby Steel, one of their biggest weaknesses besides no draw is your opponent can just set up an entire board and then just quest a 20 in 1 turn if they really wanted to, because Ruby Steel cards don't quest for a lot. They get their power from challenging. And this card changes that. This essentially says you can attack ready characters in the sense that they have to take this location out. They do not have a choice to ignore this location, so they will turn sideways. Like, that's wild to me what this card is capable of doing. Markoth, turn 1 Mulan, discard this. New red action to play a location from discard. Move Mulan into tunnel. Play like 3 1-cost locations for free. In turn with 4 locations on board, and this one gets 5 at the start of your next turn. Okay, we've got to go back. An action that played a location from your discard. Oh, I don't think I've talked about it yet, because we don't have any actions here other than Dragonfire. So I don't think we talked about it yesterday. Okay. It was revealed today. Okay, cool. All right. Perfect. Okay, Illuminary Tunnels, though. Am I being too friendly to Steel? Is this another S tier card? And the reason I feel that way is because of what it enables Ruby Steel to do. Like, the fact that it can let you, like, your opponent has to answer this. They don't have a choice. It essentially says, like, exert your opponent's characters. I think it's an S tier card, but am I just being too friendly to Steel right now? Danny, it's new, yeah, man. And welcome to the stream. So again, you guys, let me know. Am I being too nice to? Well, that's weird. Am I being too nice to Steel cards right now? Let me. I haven't done a. Okay, so I'm going with S tier though. I'm putting Illuminary Tunnels in S tier. I think it's a goated card, and I think locations, like I said, I think locations at the start of this set are just going to be that good. Like, I really do. It's A tier because location removal cards will just return. And that's another good point, because we have a lot of good location removal that came out this set as well. There's the green Emerald card that I put down here. I think, no, it was somewhere in here. I think it was this one right here that lets you remove location. You can even gain a lore. But they have to run that, and I don't think they're going to run that until they see locations come in a big way. So I think location decks early on are going to be really, really, really powerful. kind of like how aggro is super powerful in the beginning. I think these location decks are going to be super powerful in the beginning. And you're going to run out of cards or not draw them all at once. And that's true too. So, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hey man, how's the stream going? What's going on, Seth? It's going well. We're doing Steel today. I might be a little too giving today, but I've been pretty excited about these cards. I think Steel got some real gifts today. But so I think the stream is the stream's going well. So we got a lot of people in here, lots of talk. So I think it's going well. So how are you? How are you, Seth? How's your day going, man? So Cusco and Hideaway return as well. And that very well could happen. So Cusco's not a bad card anyways. So that could definitely be a thing as well. So, but next up we have Basil. And this is quite the Basil character. Like this is a Basil, right? Like he's got the watch as a shield and the watch clock tower time pointer arm as a sword. Like this Basil is ready for war. So they reprinted Zeus for exactly you. I would like to think that, right? That would be great. So, but Basil is a 3-cost inkable 3/2/2. When you play another detective character, this character gains resist +1 until the start of your next turn. Again, we are seeing detective synergies coming out, right? Like we had Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse having detective synergy. Basil has detective synergy now. It's a 3/2/2, but it's yeah. So Jeremy saying, remember the big strengths we've been discussing for days. Gargoyle is going to handle locations and secure the board. And that's true too. But again, they can't secure the board if you've gotten there kind of thing. So I don't know. But yeah, so there's also the Goofy detectives. Now the Goofy detective was Amber, right? It was right here. Let's 8-cost inkable. When you play this character and whenever he quests, each opposing character gets -1. So that's not really going to come into play when you're playing this one, because he's probably not alive anymore at this point. Markoth, all right, boys, have an early flight to Milwaukee. Have a good night. The rest of the Steel cards are S tier. Markoth, good luck at the DLC, man. I hope everything goes well, and I hope we see you on stream as well, man. So definitely good luck. So, all right, Basil, B tier. It's not a bad 3-drop, right? Getting resist. Or is it C tier? Is it B or C tier? So, and the reason I say that is because how many things are just going to banish him anyways, even if he has resist +1? So, yes, with shift target Goofy, exactly. So let's say you do shift him, right? Because you play Basil on 3, you play Goofy on turn 4, you shift Goofy on turn 4. So Basil continually gets that +1 resist. So, but yeah, I think C tier could work. Star is saying D tier, and I could understand D tier as well, because otherwise, but the fact that he does quest for 2 is appealing, but he still does get banished by Calhoun. He gets banished by Shere Khan and Diablo and Black Heron and all of those other cards. So now if you could play multiple detectives, he does get multiple resists, so that's something as well. But again, you'd have to play a very detective heavy deck. So maybe we'll give him C tier, if only because he quests for 2. So, and that's what I was thinking of too, is if you can play him with, like, if you'd want to go that route and go this discard route, you could do that, right, with Basil. So to shift into the big Basil, when you play another detective character, yeah. So you could run it in green steel to get your detective package going, which isn't the worst thing in the world. I don't think that's anything to frown on. So that's a possibility as well. And maybe that's we see green steel discard come back. We've already been seeing some green discard card possibilities. So next up, we've got Donald Duck. So Donald Duck in here, 5/4, another detective. So there's more detectives than I thought. Okay, so this is a hero and a detective, 5/4/1. When you play this character, chosen detective character gains challenger +2 this turn. So the goofy detectives, what's going on, Lorcana dude? Welcome back, man. When you play this character, chosen detective character gains challenger +2. So you can make your Basil a 5/2. That's pretty cool. You can make your Minnie Mouse into a 4/3. The Goofies can get really big. His stat line's not bad as a 5/4, but again, I'm just not the biggest fan. The new Amazing Blue Daisy that set champ is Detective 2. Didn't realize that his set champ is Detective. Do we know what the set champ card is already? Was that revealed? See, this is how little, like, I try to watch all the, like, I try to see all the spoilers, but I'm just so bad at seeing them all. So Donald Duck, though, I don't know. When you play a chosen detective character, gains +2. Okay, so it is a Daisy character and it is Sapphire. All right, we'll look at that in a little bit. So, is it just another C tier? Am I just too? I like tribal. I love tribal decks. Like, I think the idea of a tribal deck is really awesome. So I think that's a really cool thing. Hey, man, I need to move that. I can't read it. What's it say? Novo something or another. Hang on, I can do this. Novocaine. Thanks for the follow, man. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the Madhouse. All right. So, but Donald Duck, I think C tier again. Maybe I'm just being too rough on this detective archetype, but I think C tier for detective. And yeah, what's going on, Novo? I appreciate the follow very much. So it's super helpful, and it's really like that. People want to sit here with me and just chat away. So it's awesome. You got no set champs this weekend? No, Lorcana, I actually have one set champs this weekend. I'm going to do one on Saturday. I was going to do one on Sunday, but 2 back-to-back is a little much this soon after getting back from the desert. So I'm just going to do the one and call it a day and hope that it goes well. And if it doesn't, that's okay, because I'm ready for the next set to start. And then I can go home and watch the DLC and everything. So, which I will be streaming on YouTube. So if anybody, though I said no, if anybody wants to watch the DLC on YouTube, then because Ravensburger doesn't stream it to YouTube, I will have it up on the channel. Nope, not going to the DLC. I didn't try and get tickets for Milwaukee because I didn't know if I'd be back from my deployment in time. So I just didn't even want to try and get those tickets. So no DLC for me. Unfortunately, I can't go to DLC Richmond either because I'm doing the Run Disney Dopey Challenge with my wife, which is a 5K on Thursday, a 10K on Friday, or 5K on Thursday, 10K on Friday, a half marathon on Saturday, and a full marathon on Sunday. And that's the weekend of DLC Richmond. But I might make the DLC, I think it's Indianapolis, which is Infinity format. I might go to that one. We'll see. I'll get to play some Steel Song, which is kind of exciting. So I can't go to DLC Singapore, even though it's a 5-hour drive. That's unfortunate, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. So I'm really sorry to hear that you won't be able to make it. So, and I don't. So that's the fun thing about Molly Jason is she motivates me to play Lorcana more than I motivate myself to play Lorcana. Like, I think she'd be perfectly fine if I did go on Sunday. But I really just want to. A big part of it is I want to be home to make sure the stream goes well for the DLC because it is the finals day, and I do want to watch it as well. As much as I don't care for this format at all, I do like seeing some high-level gameplay. Heart bypass surgery, man. I hope everything goes well. You'll have to let us know, man. When is DLC Singapore that you're doing that? You'll have to let us know how everything goes and when you're done with it. All right, and I hope everything goes well, as I'm sure it will. But as far as cards go, we do have a 3-cost Inkable Zeus 2/3/2 with Boost 2. He is a deity, which is important to note because of the new sword item. While there's a card under this character, he gets +2 attack and +2 strength. So if you boost him, so you play him on turn 3, turn 4 you boost him, he becomes a 4/5 that quests for 2. A 4/5 that quests for 2. I don't know how pertinent that is the thing. Like, do we just have regular... I'm pretty sure we just have regular cards that quest for 2 that are 4/5s that are coming down on turn 4. So, let's see. Turn 4. And... yeah, so we'll just look at turn 4 in Steel, for example. And I'm just kind of curious. I mean, and we'll do Strength, right? Strength, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So Rhino, Arthur, Gizmo Duck, Mufasa. So I guess we don't. I mean, I guess that is kind of a big deal. The fact that he is a 4/5 that quests for 2. So I guess that means a little bit more than I thought it did. Ben is a 4/3 with support. Scrooge McDuck's a 4/4 but only questing for 1. Scrooge McDuck is a 5/5 questing for 2. So, but he's not inkable. And again, we can boost whenever we want. I think B tier can fit. So, because it's not bad, right? Like, I think B... okay. I think B tier can fit. I think B tier's fine because, again, if anything, you boost for 2, you can still play a 2-drop the next turn. Yeah, like, and that's, oh, yeah, technically he's a 5-cost. Yeah, so I just don't math well. I think I did 4-cost just because you'd play him on turn 3, and then on turn 4, you can boost him. But again, he is a little bit different than your normal 4-drop because he's going to be questing on turn 4, right? So I think B tier can work. So yeah, and there are cards that do like provide boost for other cards and things like that. So I think B tier can work for him. I think that would be fine. We can go with that. So so Milwaukee format is regular constructed. So playing the current sets of 5 through 9. That is what Milwaukee is. But they will have Infinity side events. But the main format for the main event is core constructed. For you, Lorcana dude. Bum dandy. I have my only set champs of the set on Sunday. I'm hoping it goes well. I'll be playing Purple Steel. I'm sure it's gonna go great, man. And if it doesn't, hey, that's the way it goes sometimes. I think this format is by and large more based on luck than any other format there has been. And that's not to say that like anything negative about anybody. I just think that this format has a lot more luck involved than other formats have. And so that's going to play a big part. And the fact that Ravensburger has done everybody dirty and says you mean nothing unless you get first place. So yeah, but I'm sure it's going to go great. Saturday will be my second DLC of the set and my last DLC of the set. And then set 10, I'm only going to be able to make it to possibly one weekend of DLCs one weekend of set champs because I'll be in Disney for like 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. 2.5 weeks for the Dopey challenge and everything. So So hopefully, we'll see how things go. And if they don't go well, at least I get to be around people, which is, I'm told, is good. So die roll as strong as ever. Yeah, and that's true as well. So also, Dark Cat, thanks for joining us, man. I hope you are enjoying the stream. That's the first time I saw one of your comments in today's stream. So I hope things are going well, man. I hope you're having a good time. Prince Charming is our next card on the board. Is a 7-cost inkable 3/10/2 bodyguard, hero, and prince. Each turn, only one character can challenge. So this is kind of cool. Only one character can challenge. Like, that's a big boy. Like, that is a really big boy. I mean, 10 health is a lot. You're not getting through him, period. Like, I mean, Shere Khan's not getting through him. None of the gargoyles are getting through him. So this is a big boy. I mean, the other thing is if you play Prince Charming, let's say you play Rapunzel, right? You run this in Amber Steel. You play the new Rapunzel on turn 2, and then you play this later on, and you give Prince Charming support. The only way you can remove him now is with an action. So that's pretty cool. Like, I mean, or a lot of songs, like every song that you have. So yeah, I think that's pretty neat. Now the problem is he's a 7-cost card, so that is expensive for a deck to get out. There is Circle of Life, of course, but again, there's other really good cards like Into the Unknown's a big one, but he's just so expensive. Like 7 is so expensive, and that's kind of an issue. Such a waste to ramp that far and have him get into the Unknown or Hades. He's C tier, or You're Welcome, or Mother Knows Best, or like there's just so many cards that can just bounce him and then clear your board. Now the other thing is this late in the game, your opponents have access to the Prince Philip or also the Under the Sea Heads Held High package. But if you give him Ward, like, he doesn't ignore either one of those, but they can't bounce him anymore, which is pretty exciting. But again, if I'm on turn 7, I'd rather be playing something like Hades or a lot of cards that you could play, right? You're going into your Vincenzo turn on turn 8. He's between B and C for me. Like a really low B, a really high C, somewhere in between there. Because the other thing is, like, your opponents Into the Unknowns and stuff are going to be gone already. And I don't know how. I mean, I guess the thing is, even with this item, right, that banishes deities, like Hades, I think will still see play because he's still instant removal. Like, so I think Hades still sees play regardless of that being an item. And they also just have to have the item. So I think C tier works. Simple drop everyone strength 1 and he's gone. Small Sizu with coil, he done. Yeah, and there's that as well. So I think we can sit him at C tier. Ooh, we have another gargoyle coming in here. So we have Broadway, a 5-cost inkable 4/6/2 bodyguard. Not as impressive as the other ones. He is an ally, so he becomes a 5/6 with Scar. He is questing for 2, which is pretty good for a bodyguard. Your other bodyguards that you might be looking at this close to this point is Pluto, who's a 4-drop 5/5 until he takes damage. I loved that show. I'm assuming Gargoyles. Yeah. Just such a great show. I bet its viewer count is up so much right now because of Lorcana. But he's a good. I mean, and what's really his Stone by Day effect, like, you just don't care. I mean, you do. He does quest for 2, so you do care. But also his bodyguard effect, like, so it is kind of interesting. But you do want to be questing for 2 with him. So I think he can work. Like, questing for 2 is good. You mentioned Chin Po. I am curious. Chin-Po was a 4-6, wasn't he? But he only quested for 1. If I remember. Oh, gosh, that's a lot. What is it? Chin-Po? Nope. Chien? Yeah. Okay. Oh, he was a 4-7. Oh gosh, Chin-Po was what a beast. What a beast of a card. Okay. I think Broadway can be a B tier card. Like, it is a big bodyguard. I personally think better than Pluto. Like, that 6 health is impactful. 4 attack is impactful. Questing for 2 is great. So yeah, but may end up S tier. Wonder if other gargoyle abilities will make him even better. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's an interest. So yeah. So I'm happy with B tier. I think B tier works really well for him. Next up we have an iconic. Robin Hood is an iconic. It's kind of weird to see a Whisper be iconic, because the Whisper artwork is just so, well, iconic, right? Like, as cheesy as that is to say it like that, like, but we have our Robin Hood here, and Robin Hood is a 4-cost inkable, 2/4/2. He is a hero. He has boost 1. Whenever this character quests, if there's a card under him, deal 1 damage to up to 2 chosen characters. So it meant A tier, not S tier. Okay, all right. So 4 cost, 2/4 that quest for 2. Gosh, I wish this was a 3-cost card. The moment he turns sideways, he's done for. Like, he is immediately banished. Like, everything in their mother can challenge into this card and then live when they do so. I mean, so that's not the best thing in the world. Whispers have that enchanted appearance in the foil. Gonna be sick. It's the old Robin, but inkable. The old Robin, but inkable. Are you talking the old Robin, but inkable? All right, let's go to our boy Robin Hood. Hang on. Robin Hood. Contains Robin Hood. 23 cards. Yeah, and that's true. Like, you play that the next turn and you're perfectly fine. Now he has bodyguard, so play the Gargoyle bodyguard next turn. So that's true. 2-drop. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought you meant. So deal 1 damage to chosen character. So, but if you do not have a bodyguard character, now what's cool is if he lives, he's gonna continually ping damage on things, which is neat. But I don't know. I think he's on the verge of D tier. I'm gonna put him in C, very dangerously close to D tier for me, and maybe he should even be in D tier. But next up, we've got Putting It All Together. Putting It All Together is a 2-cost action. Chosen opposing character can't challenge during their next turn. Draw a card. All right. I think this is very happy to be in D tier. Chosen opposing character can't challenge, and he's high B. All right. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. I mean, he does work really well with Goofy, which is kind of cool. So whenever this character quests, if there's a character under him, deal. So you could deal 1 damage to himself, and then it readies your Goofy. So that's actually some pretty neat synergy. But that's some cool synergy. I just don't know what else he does that 1 damage is going to matter, is the problem, right? But putting it all together, I am altogether positive that it is a D tier card. I mean, there's literally a song that does this. There's a song that does this, and they decided to print, and the song doesn't even see play hardly at all. So yeah, D tier. Like, this is like below D tier in my opinion. So moving on, though, we have Nick Wilde. This is one of the ones that was revealed earlier on. One of the first reveals that we had last set for set 10. 542, shift 3. During your turn, whenever one of your detective characters banishes another character in a challenge, draw a card. Okay, all right. So now our detective characters get a lot better because of Nick Wilde. This is actually pretty, like, if this in a detective deck is an S tier card, right? What he's able to do and how he does it, like, this is an S tier card in a detective deck. Now, with that being said, to make him plausible, you have to be running all the detectives, and I've placed detective, 2 detectives in D tier. That's a gargoyle. So, another detective in C tier. So another detective in C tier. So all my detectives I've placed very low. The Francine we placed in B tier, but Nick Wilde on his own I think is an A tier card. Or I mean, how do you rate a card that's only good in a deck that has to synergize with its other cards, right? I used the word earlier. Now all of a sudden I can't think of it. But how do you even rate a card like this? Because in a detective deck, he is an S tier card. On his own, he's nothing, right? Do we just call him A tier because he's so good in a detective deck? We'll call him A tier, and we'll call it a day. We'll call him A tier, and we'll call it a day with our boy. All right, so that's all of our steel cards. Up next, we have Sapphire. So let's get to this Daisy Duck really quick that everyone's howling and what is the word I'm looking for? I'm just having a hard time tonight. Hooting and hollering. Everyone's hooting and hollering about. But first, before we get to Cindy, the Daisy Duck, we have Spooky Sight. Put all characters with 3 costs or less into their player's inkwells face down and exerted. I mean, this card, Horseman. What color was Horseman? Not yet. No, we haven't rated Horseman yet. We're doing Steel or this Horseman. Oh, there's other. So these Horsemen aren't on here. Let's do this Horseman really quick. Okay. Hang on. We'll get back to that. So, I'm assuming you're talking about this Horseman, which must have been revealed in the Lorecast today that I had to turn off because I just can't listen to it anymore. But that's a conversation for another time, and I'll get all heated up. So we'll just kind of move past it for now. So Headless Horseman. First off, his shift target is a 4/4/1 bodyguard. Not bad. Okay. And then the shift is a 5/7/2 shift 5. When you play this character, each player draws 3 cards, then discards 3 cards at random. Choose an opposing character and deal 2 damage to them for each action discarded this way. Wow. Okay. Wow. So this is really cool. I mean, first off, the Headless Horseman's shift target is not easy to deal with, right? So that's something. The bodyguard's kind of pointless, right? Now, kind of pointless. It's nice in the sense that if you don't have the shift target, at least he's still useful. But the Headless Horseman himself, that's 6 cards that are discarded at random that could potentially be 6 actions to deal 12 damage. So, I mean, that's a big deal, right? Like that potentially removes so many cards. So it also reads to where you get to pick your target after the discard. Choosing them, then deal 2. Yeah, and that's true. That's true because it's set because of that period. Whenever you play this character, each player draws 3 cards, then discards 3 characters at discards 3 cards at random. Period. End of sentence. That is the action. And then choose an opposing character and deal 2 damage to them for each action discarded this way. Oh. Choose an opposing character and deal 2 damage to them. So, is that is because it doesn't say and then choose an opposing character, but I could see it both ways. So I could see why it lets you discard the cards first and then choose an opposing character, because the period is separating things. But that is interesting. Yes, the artwork is really good as well. Darketh, did they specify on the Lorecast that's how it worked, where you discard the cards and then you get to choose the character? Because I would be curious about that. So, I mean, I do believe you because I could see why it would read like that, but I could also see why it would read like the other way around, where you have to do the entire card first. But no, I think you're right because because I could see it where you have to choose everything first because the card would do its thing and then everything else happens. But also I could see why it happens the other way because you draw and discard. So if anyone knows for sure if they've said on that. But one thing we could do is if we copy and then we go to the Mad Hatter Discord here, and then we go to General, and then we go Judge, we can tag some of our amazing judges we have in here. And we go here, and spoiler, don't mind me, I'm just doing a bunch of clicking around. We'll get back to blue in a second. I want to copy and save. Bang. General. For the big headless horseman, do you get to choose the target for damage after you see how many actions they discard? Okay. Bum Dandy. Play him, sing Circle of Life, or It Means No Worries next turn. Dare I try brewing Horseman's Steel Song? What's up, bro? Today's reveals have been awesome. What's going on, Chicano? Yeah, I'm just now seeing some of today's reveals, and they have been absolutely wild. Like, for sure. They have been really good and really disgusting. So Froglore, thanks for joining in, man. Yes, they get to see them first. Zugles says yes. So yeah, I think you're right, and it does make sense because of the period. So with that being said, like that's massive. I think we can call Headless Horseman an S tier. Like, I think that's perfectly fine, and because of that, like, he's only S tier because of the fact that you can shift him. Right? Because so his shift target, we'll just put S tier up there with him. So that's really easy. You discard the cards first. Now that you know that's how much damage is going to be done, you can then choose the character. Yeah. So yeah, that Headless Horseman's wild. Like, that is a wild card, and the artwork just looks really good too. Like, they've outdone themselves with artwork this set. So we will get to the other Headless Horseman. Yeah, we will get to the other Headless Horseman before the stream ends. We're going to try and catch up on everything. So we will get to the red Headless Horseman. I'm just checking for any steel cards that may have been it. Okay, cool. let's get to Sapphire. All right, so Spooky Sight, going all the way back to where we were 10 minutes ago. Spooky Sight, put all characters with cost 3 or less into their player's inkwells face down and exerted. I don't often want to spring for an enchanted, but that horse, yeah, right? So, this card's great, right? 3 costs or less is massive. It does have some weaknesses, right? It doesn't answer genies, it doesn't answer Dumbos, all of those strong Blurple cards, because so it answers aggro, right? Like, and that's the biggest weakness of Blurple. And one of the card, like Blurple and Red Blue are going to be the decks that run this card. I don't think anything else will. But so you run this and aggro is instantly good night. Like, good night, sweetheart. It's time to go. And it also just works so great for those decks, because if Blurple goes 1-drop into a Tipo and then gets to play this later on, not only do they clear the aggro player, but they also get ink. So they also get ink out of it. So now they're going into their next turn with 8 ink. Now, like, the game is just over at that point for an aggro player. This is also going to be good into Purple Steel. Well, the current version of Purple Steel. So that's the issue, right? How many of Spooky Sights do you run? With that being said, in Blurple and Red Blue, in the beginning of the set, you have to run Spooky Sight. Like, it's not a question of if, it's a question of you must, right? So I think it's an S tier card. I think it will see play in every Red Blue deck and every Blurple deck early on for sure. It might see its way kind of out a little bit as the time goes on, but again, early on, we always see a lot of aggro, right? And this is just a great answer to those aggro decks. So I think it's an S tier card, just because it is so good at answering those aggro decks while also just ramping yourself, like, which is great as well. So yeah, I'm happy with S tier for our Spooky Sight. So, all right. So we've got Spooky Sight, and then I wanted to find the Daisy Duck that everyone keeps talking about. That is the new Set Champs card for Set 10. What am I going to miss out on? Is it this Daisy Duck? I know that's a legendary, but okay, it must be that Daisy Duck. Is it? Is it this Daisy Duck that is the Set Champs card? Let's see. Yes. Okay. All right. So we'll do this Daisy Duck next. I like a good shift target. I saw support. So for those of you who don't know, this is the Set Champs card for Set 10. Very interested to see what it will look like, as well as what the mat will look like. Very interested to see that. But 6 cost, inkable, 4/6/2, shift 4, support. While this character is exerted, cards enter opponent's inkwells exerted. Ooh. And it's difficult to get rid of. It's a detective and a hero. Oh, that is disgusting. That is, ooh. So let's look at our Daisy Ducks that we have here in blue. We'll go to set. I guess it can be any color because you can run it in any color, right? So we'll just turn that. Okay, all right. So what are we potentially running this in? So we could run it in Red Steel. We have a Daisy Duck 2/2 evasive, yellow or red blue. Sorry, red blue, yellow blue, green blue, and then of course yellow blue. Again, because we have Daisy Duck that one. And they gave us a new blue one today. All right, let's find our blue Daisy then. Oh, look at that. Ooh, the Horseman Strikes is going to be... Anyways, okay. Oh, yes, Ariel. Anyways, okay. Blue Daisy. Squirrel. Okay, Blue Daisy. Not this one. That's the champion. Where did they spoil the Blue Daisy? Oh, right here. Okay. We'll copy this. We'll bring it over here. Bang. Bada boom. Bada bing. Bada bang. Okay. So this is a Daisy Duck that you would run it with. So if you're going to play it, then you have a great shift target in its own color, which is great. It's another support, which is awesome. So yeah, looking at these two cards, the Sapphire Champion Daisy as well. I just don't think you're not gonna shift on the champion one, right? So, but when we look at this, like this Daisy Duck's wild. Like you shift this on 4, and then now your opponent is now going into their next turn essentially with 3 ink, right? Which is just crazy. Like that is crazy, right? And you get a 4/6. Like a 4/6 is a big body. We're not seeing anything that can super easily take her out. Blue Steel Ramp, Blue Steel Detectives are strongest. So I mean, it works great in Blue Steel. It could work in Blue Red just as a way to slow them down. The Daisy Duck doesn't, well, it fits even, I mean, that fits fine. The baby Daisy Duck, you're ramping on turn 2, but that's fine. You ramp on turn 2, and you just play the Daisy Duck on turn 3, and that's fine as well. I mean, so it's not the, I mean, you could potentially just play this on, yeah, so you're not shifting her on turn 4, so there is that, but either way, I don't think that's a big deal, right? You're still getting a 4/6/2 that's stopping your opponent from inking, or stopping them from getting to use that ink that turn. So, and they have to remove it, right? Like this isn't a card that they can just ignore. Otherwise, they're playing with -1 ink for the rest of the game every turn. So that's a big deal as well. It's a big deal to slow down your opponents. It's questing for 2. It will see play. Is it an S tier card? I mean, it has support also. Even if you don't shift it, it's still fine. I think it's an S tier card. I think S tier is appropriate. Or am I being too generous? Am I just being a generous person tonight because I had crab legs for dinner? Like, crab legs and sushi. So good. Who's my sushi fans? I am a massive sushi person. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going S tier. You let me know if I'm being too generous. Again, we were super generous on steel, so maybe I'm being too generous, but you guys can let me know. All right, moving on. We have the champion, the Sapphire Champion, and I did see this card. It reminds me of a bad Cogsworth. S tier, shrimp all the way, fresh off the boat. Yeah. Okay. All right. So can't argue with that. Can't argue. I do love me some shrimp. Shrimp is just so good. So, and there's just so many ways to cook shrimp, right? You got your grits. You got but all right. Moving on, Bubba. Daisy Duck, Sapphire Champion, 5-cost inkable, 5/6/1. Your other Sapphire characters gain resist +1. Whenever one of your other Sapphire characters quests, you may look at the top card of your deck, put it on either the top or the bottom of your deck. Daisy Duck is a bad Cogsworth. Like I said, I would much rather have Cogsworth every day of the week if I could over this card. It only works on Sapphire characters for the resist. And then its second ability is pretty good. Being able to see what you want, getting to cycle without having to worry about cycling, right? Or it's like, imagine playing this with Namari. You can now decide ahead of time what you want to do exactly. So that's really cool and that's really exciting. But I just don't. It only works on, so even if you get the Namari down, Namari doesn't get resist +1 because Namari is a steel character. I think just B tier for Daisy Duck. questing for 1 is rough. If it quested for 2, maybe A tier, but I'm going with B tier for Daisy. I just don't. It's just a lot of, yeah. All of her stuff just kind of feels like it will eventually pay off, and I'm wanting more out of the cards at this point. And so yeah, I think B tier for our champion. So moving on, we've got a card that's not in English, so we'll get to that in just a second. And Spavento Improviso. Let's see. Sudden Fright. I would not have guessed that. Okay. Put chosen opposing character into their player's inkwell face down. That player puts the top card of their deck into their inkwell face down. Okay. So it's a 4-cost action that removes any character from the board that doesn't have ward at the cost of giving them 2 ink. If my opponent uses this on me, I will be extremely happy. Like, it's like when my opponent uses Into the Unknown on me, or Hades on a Shift Clarabelle when I'm playing green-blue or green-purple. I'm not upset about that. I say thank you for the 2 ink. This is a good emergency card, right? Like, your opponent gets Goliath down, so you need some way to remove it. But I just don't see giving your opponent 2 ink being worth running it. I mean, it's a get out of jail free card for sure. So it's late game removal, and that's true. Love the Mickey cards from the Ghost mini movie. Yeah. Oh yeah, the artwork is great. Like, it's a get out of jail free card, which is exciting to me. I think we can go B tier because there are a lot of cards. There are a lot of cards that are really dangerous that you don't want to stick around. Demona, right? You don't want to stick around forever. Goliath, once it's down, it's not the end of the world because you're both drawing cards. So I think you could argue to just let it stick around unless you're a deck that just really can pull away and with the draw if you have the capability of drawing a lot of cards. But I don't know. I think we can call it B tier. But off the top, yeah, it's a rough one. You have to be really careful how you play this card. I think playing it early, you auto lose yourself the game by ramping them to those cards. But if you play it later, after they've already started getting their, like if they're at 7 ink, 6 ink, and you ramp them too, like it's not that big of a deal because what are they going to do anyways that they weren't going to already do? So I think B tier is good. Just do not use this card early unless you just absolutely have to, that kind of thing. So like using Into the Unknown on a Tiana, like you just have to do it. So, all right. Next up, we've got Judy Hopps, 3-cost inkable. She is a 4/3/1. When you play this character, if you have another detective character in play, you may put chosen item into a player's inkwell face down and exerted. So this is kind of cool because the previous Judy Hopps was also item removal. So that's kind of cool. With that being said, you have to have a detective to make it happen. So it is worse than that Judy Hopps where that wasn't a requirement. Item removal is going to be important because we saw the steal items. I mean, we had one in S tier and the other one, we put it down in B tier. So, but for me, again, you have to have, it's tribal. You have to have this synergy. I think I'm okay with putting her in C tier. Just a little difficult to get her effects off. But we are seeing how detective tribal could possibly come together. We are seeing a lot of those cards, coming out and everything. So maybe tribal detective could be a thing at some point. But next up, speaking of detectives, we have a 2-cost detective, 2-cost inkable 231 Daisy Duck that we already looked at. How did I miss it earlier? Okay, goodbye Daisy Duck. We've already put you in S tier. So we have a location though, Castle of the Horned King. Castle of the Horned King is a 1-cost inkable 1/5. Does not get you any lore. Once during your turn, whenever a character quests while here, you may ready chosen item. So Judy is a shift target. One of the best detectives is the shift Judy. Okay, well let's get back to shift. Let's find that shift Judy really quick. Then shift Judy. Judy Hopps. Okay, let's look at Judy Hopps then, and maybe that will change our opinion of the baby Judy. 6/4/2, 6-cost inkable, shift 4. During your turn, your detective characters gain alert and resist +2. So this is actually a pretty big deal. I wonder. Let's just kind of get a bird's eye view of what we're looking at for detectives. I mean, so it doesn't have the Goofy in here, but we have the goofy detectives. Basil, we've seen Basil put in some work before. The Donald Duck detective, Basil. Nick Wilde, of course, being very strong. This weird vanilla genie that got revealed at some point. Okay. So, okay, so I still just want to see more detectives. Like that's the thing. So during your turn, your detective characters gain alert and resist +2. Like resist +2 is massive. Like that's a really big deal. So like that is a really big deal. I mean, all of a sudden, your bodyguard, like this detective, becomes a 1/6 essentially. Basil, like, what is this Basil? Whenever this character quests, opposing damaged characters gain reckless. Okay, so damaged characters gain reckless. So, I mean, this Basil becomes a freaking 3/6, like a 3/2 with resist +3. Like that's pretty hard to deal with. But yes, in this gives me Nick Wilde vibes in the sense that this gives me Nick Wilde vibes in the sense that it is a requirement in a detective deck, but it's bad otherwise. So how do you rate a card that is only good in a tribal deck? Like that's such a weird thing for me. We put Nick Wilde in A tier because I just don't know what else to do with him. Because again, Nick Wilde in a detective deck is an S tier card, but outside of a detective deck, completely useless. So Judy does give the buff to herself, and that is very true. But like you said, she does die to the Thunderbolt card, so there is that. Because they only get the resist +2 on your turn. So that does make her a lot weaker, right? Only having resist on your turn is really rough. That's really rough. Even in a detective deck, like she's not as good in my opinion as the Nick Wilde. But so how do we, in a detective deck, you'd still run her, right? So we put Nick Wilde at A tier because he's great in a detective deck. So I think we can put Judy Hopps at A tier as well. So because again, it's just weird rating tribal cards because outside of tribal, useless. D tier card outside of tribal. But in tribal, good card. Like good card that you'd want to run. Weird thing to do. But Castle of the Horned King. Once during your turn, whenever a character quests while here, you may ready chosen item. Um, the thing about items is how many items are there that specifically characteristic item. How many items are there that don't banish themselves, right? So, okay, so you could use Black Cauldron again. You could remove more damage. Banish item. Opposing chosen character gets -1 lore. So you could do some really funny things with you could do some funny things with that. So so you can make your opponent not be able to quest for as much. You could possibly gain more lore. So there's a couple things that you could do. Lantern could discount your stuff too. You might as well read Ready Chosen Dime. Yeah. Very true. Very, very true. So do you think we see a one of with that card? I think we see at least a one of for that card in blue steel and red steel, blue steel items and red blue items than in Infinity, I think, because that's going to be really easy to do. So, okay. But in Core Constructed, I don't know how much we care about readying some of our items. And that's the thing. Like, when you play this item, exert a chosen opposing item. So you could exert an opponent's item a second time. Yeah, is this a C? Is this a D tier card? Yeah, I think in this set, Lantern is the best use case of it. And that's not enough. Like, as nice as it is, you could also just ramp, right? So is Castle of the Horn King just a D tier card for core, but an S tier card in an Infinity? Because I think you include at least one in those decks, in the Infinity item decks. But yeah, I'm gonna go with D tier for Horn King, unless somebody just has something that I'm missing, which happens a lot. So, but next up we have Fergus McDuck. Fergus McDuck is a 3-cost inkable 3/2/2. When you play this character, chosen character of yours gains ward until the start of your next turn. Okay, all right. Historically, giving ward to stuff is really good. I mean, really, really good. So that is good. It quests for 2, which isn't bad. Sure, it will get banished as soon as it quests, but maybe giving that character ward for the 1 turn was all you really needed. We have something that does this already, though, and how much play has it seen? I think it's Aurora. So it is not Aurora. What character? It's a blue card. It's uninkable. It's a 4-cost, I think. It was Tramp. It was Tramp. No, I don't think I'm thinking of Tramp. I believe you that it could have been a Tramp card. I just don't think that I'm thinking of Tramp. I know it wasn't on. Oh, it was Belle. Okay, so Belle. She's ward herself. She quests for 2. When you play this character, your other characters gain ward until start of turn. So she said your other characters. So, and she barely saw play. We saw JP play her in green blue at 1 DLC, and he played 1 of her, I believe, maybe 2. So whereas this one, you're giving 1 character ward. He is inkable. I think because ward is so good, you give C tier. It quests for 2, which is great. but he's a 3-cost card. And how much do you care about giving something ward, right? Just one character ward. Like, I think at that point, I'd rather just run Bell that gives everything ward. So I think Fergus McDuck is C tier? Question mark, exclamation point. I think it works. Oh my God, this location's so much bigger than everything else. But yeah, I think C tier. There's also Alice. Bang, bang. Alice. Which does it on quest. Oh, this Alice. Yeah, that's very true as well. So, does it on quest and gives you 1 lore and is ward herself, or gives something +1 lore and she's ward herself. So yeah, I think C tier is fine, if maybe D tier as well. So, but he does quest for 2 and he is inkable. Next up, we have a blue Rapunzel. I did not see this card. She is a 5-cost inkable, 3/6/2. When you play this character, chosen opposing character gets -3 this turn. Is it just D tier? Like, can we all be on the same page and say D tier for Rapunzel? -3, yeah. Like, there's so many other things I can do on turn 5 than give a character -3. Yeah, that makes me sad. I never want to see a bad Rapunzel. Like, I just love the character. I love the movie, and the legendary Rapunzel will always live in my heart. So, but next up, we have another big vanilla card, a 7-cost inkable, 6/8/3. This is a big boy, another big boy. Chef Louis is eating good. He is eating real good. 6/8/3 vanilla, 7-cost inkable. I mean, I'd rather just run a lot of other cards like Gantu that's questing for 4, Radigan's questing for 4 and with ward on the next turn. I don't see a lot of play for this, but it does quest for 3 and it's a 6/8, so it's extremely difficult to get around. It ignores Under the Sea with heads held high. But yeah, I think C tier for our chef here, just because you can quest for a lot cheaper, you know. And that's true. Vincenzo, right? Vincenzo just quests for 3 and does 3 damage when you play him and has the benefit of having 8 health, which is really the big thing you want out of him at that point. So yeah, I think 3 is, or I think C tier is good. Starset agrees with me, C tier as well. So yeah, we're happy with that one. Next up, we've got Cricky. Cricky has alert 3/2. So essentially, we've got like a little steel Jafar on our hands, or a steel Mr. Smee. He's a 2-cost, so he is the Mr. Smee, the Jafar. It takes out Dumbo, which is good. I think he's just a B tier card. If Dumbo continues to see a lot of play, then you definitely run him. Right, so there's a world where he is a fantastic tech card to add to Blue Steel's arsenal. Now the big thing that pops out though, where you'd see this, is something like Blue Red would be where you probably see him now, because you can't run the Mr. Smee or the Jafar. Cricky is an ally, so does work with Scar as well. But I think is Mr. Smee an ally? Let's see. He's not Sapphire. Smee. Yeah, he was an ally as well. So he also works. So you could see him in Blue Red. Next up, we've got Ana. It's like Cruella. Exactly. Yep. So next up, we've got Ana. Ana is a 4-cost inkable 4/3/2 with support. I want to check something. If we go to Ana, there is a lot of Ana cards. What the devil? I type in Ana and it gives me Hey Hey. Why did it give me Hey Hey? What's going on here? Like, why is it giving me Hey Hey? So it could be a shift target, but not a very good shift target. Because you shift Ana on turn 4 and Ana comes down on turn 4. So you support 4-3-2. Hey hey equals Ana, don't you math? Yeah. Apparently I don't math very well, man. That is apparently the cold hard truth of the matter. I mean, we also have Panic in here. Like, what's going on with Dreamborn right now? I have some questions. All right, I have a lot of questions. So, like, okay, but yeah, I think she's a fine B tier card. We saw Ben see some fringe play. This is Ben, except for Ana's a hero and a queen. So she does work with Queen's Sensor Core, which is always very exciting. She works with Aurora, turn 1 Aurora, which is good. So yeah, I think B tier is perfectly healthy for her. I think that could work really well. So yep, yeah, Ben had support. That was really the big reason people would run him in a lot of those decks, because he did have support. He was a 4-3-2. He was an ally, robot, and pirate. So he didn't really work with much, but he did work really well with Scar. So there was that. So, but yeah, Ana's pretty good. So, is Aurora only? Hang on, is Aurora only princess? No. Yeah, Aurora with princesses and queens, and Ana is a queen, right? Yeah, no, it works with Aurora. Yeah. Right? Am I crazy? Aurora, whenever this character quests, you pay 1 less for the next princess or queen character you play this turn. I think maybe, I think it's easy to forget that it's princess or queen because we only really saw it with princesses because of Tiana, and we didn't see a lot of play with queens outside of like some yellow purple. So, but yeah, so there is that. But yeah, and I think a lot of people do. Like, I think a lot of people think it's only princess just because we didn't see her doing anything for queens in this last set. So I think that's very fair. Next up, we've got Maleficent, 1/1/2. I mean, the Sultan, 1/1/2, and he is an ally and a king, and he is essentially the old 1-cost Maleficent, right? This is, aggro, right? If you want to run blue yellow aggro, that is a good option. Spessy is probably shaking in his boots right now with excitement about getting his Maleficent back. He was always super high up on Maleficent, so the Sultan kind of doing the same thing. For blue yellow aggro, are we running this card in it? Why not? I think you can, and you'd be fine with that. I mean, it's doing the same thing the old Maleficent did, right? The old Maleficent died to everything, but it gained you 2 lore, and that was great. You were very happy with that. I mean, you could play Sultan and follow it up with Calhoun, and then now you get the 2 lore from Sultan and the 2 lore from the Calhoun challenging into something. And so there's that, like, which is really, really impactful. So, and the fact of the matter is, they have to have a 1-drop. If they don't have a 1-drop, this Sultan's going to be gaining you a lot of lore. So I think it's, for the aggro players out there that are going to try and make it work, like blue, yellow, it's a great 1-drop when you don't see Aurora turn 1 into princesses and queens on turn 2. And I think we can put him in A tier, because he's going to see play without a doubt. Blue yellow aggro is going to, I think, very easily see a lot of play this next set, and I think a lot of people will throw Sultan in there because he's just that good. Like, I wouldn't or because he's just a good aggro card. And look how much play we saw the 1-drop Maleficent get for people that wanted to make her work in purple steel. So, Star agrees A tier for that one. Jeremy says B tier, and I think the later the set goes, the less Sultan we'll see. I think in the very beginning he'll just be a pretty popular card. So the blue-yellow duck to protect against the under the sea of the room. Yeah, and that's true as well. The blue-yellow duck, even the new Mowgli, right, would work really well. Not as well as the blue-yellow duck, but still works all the same. Next up, we have 2-cost Pluto 2/2/1. Exert him. If you have a detective character in play, return an item card from your discard to your hand. Otherwise, put it on top of your deck. So this is kind of cool because it does work in a tribal deck, and it also works outside of a tribal deck. Just outside of the tribal deck, it's much, much worse, right? So with that, how good is it? We know that there's good items. Steel has great items. There's no doubt about it. So on turn 2, you can play this. Turn 1, you play the robot. Turn 2, you play this. Turn 3, you pop the robot to play Belle. Deal 2 damage. Exert this to bring the robot back. And it goes on top of your deck if you haven't played a detective yet. So B tier? Is it B tier? We know blue steel is a blue steel items deck going to run Pluto. Like that's the question. Is it worth it, right? Stitch Jeremy says he is great in blue steel. So blue steel items running it. And because he can kind of work like that Tamatoa type effect, it's just, is it that great going on top of your deck? In detectives, in a detective deck, this is going to be a great card. I mean, like, without a doubt, this is a great card in a detective deck, but how much do we want an item going on top of our deck that's not drawing a card? Because at this point, we're no longer drawing. We're just replaying whatever item that was. And how good is that going to be is my question. So again, in a detective deck, I think he's probably an A tier card. In a non-detective deck, I think I'm going to go with B tier because we would need an item that's drawing us a card, right? Like Popsicle. If he brought back Popsicle, that's a different story because Popsicle's cycling through your deck and doing stuff and being annoying and important. So the new items to draw. Is there a new item that does draw? I just haven't seen it yet. So if there is one. So because these items did not, and those are the only items we've looked at so far for today's video. Next up, we've got Ink Runner, another item. 2-cost Inkable. When you play this item, draw. Okay then. Alrighty. Anyways, Pluto. So when you play this item, draw a card. Ready to ride. Exert this item. Pay 1. Chosen character gains alert this turn. That's cool. But when you play this item, draw a card. It is a 2-cost Popsicle. Why you gotta make me look bad, Ink Runner? So when you play this item, draw a card. So this is actually pretty. This changes. I think this makes Pluto much better, right? Because now you don't have to just run him in a detective deck. Because at least if you're playing this card, then you get to draw a card, right? So with that being said, unless you're playing Belle, you can't get rid of this card very easily, right? Because one of the advantages of Popsicle is that you could just banish Popsicle. You could heal a character even if it had no damage on it. Ink Runner, you can't do that. So you have to banish it somehow. So that does make it a worse Popsicle. You know, even with it costing 2, that makes it a worse Popsicle. But if you have Belle, it's perfectly fine. So turn 2, you play this, and then you pop it with Bell, and then turn 3, you play Pluto, and then turn 4, you exert the Pluto to get it back. But also, yeah, like Farah said, it does help you take out evasives because of its alert ability. So I think we can... Free Bells is great. It's Blue's way of getting a turn 2 3/3, which is great. I think it's a B tier card though. It's definitely not Popsicle. Like it is a very one-dimensional card for me in the sense that it does its thing and it sits there until it's banished. And your opponent's just not going to banish it, right? Unless they really have to. So I'm going to put it in B tier. But we're looking, apparently Jeremy already knows the next card we're looking at, and it is broken. So let's see what we got. Ink Amplifier. Let's see if Jeremy's right. What do we got here? So Ink Amplifier is a 3-cost inkable item. Whenever an opponent draws a card during their turn, if it's the second card they've drawn this turn, you may put the top card of your deck into your inkwell face down and exerted. Okay, so punishing your opponent for drawing cards is pretty exciting. Now, the thing is, so immediately my first thought goes to Goliath, right? Where your opponent now is punished for playing the 2 cards they draw off of Goliath. Because maybe they play both of them, but it's also easy to get around. But also, if I'm only drawing 2 cards per turn, how much do I want to be inking 1 card and playing only 1 card per turn if I don't need to? So now, okay, so here's my question. Okay, so let's go to Goliath really quick. So Goliath is at the end of each player's turn. So even at the end of each player's turn, if your opponent draws 2 cards off of Goliath, it's still their turn. So Ink Amplifier still works. Yes? Question mark? Exclamation point? I'm pretty sure Ink Amplifier still works because it's still at the end of your turn. So it's still your turn. It's not after the end of turn. So bingo Goliath, draw and all double draws ramp you. Yeah, so you still get to ramp off of that. So this coupled with Goliath is going to be super good to be inking you into infinity and beyond, right? So that's actually pretty good. You can't argue with that effect. Outside of that, Dock is something, right? So now your opponent's going to be punished for playing Dock, because now if you ramp on turn 2 and then you play this on turn 3, your opponent docks later on, so that's going to put you up to 7 or 8 ink or whatever at that by the time they play Dock. So that's really good. So I think that is really good because there is a lot of ways to be drawing multiple cards. I mean, because they only have to draw 1 card, right? Because they draw for their draw step and then play a card. And so Genie will draw a card and Dumbo will draw a card. And now they're just being punished for drawing cards. And that feels bad. It is only once during your turn. So that is something. But yeah, I could see this being a really good card. Can enable you to skip inking some turns. Exactly. I mean, free ink is essentially saying draw a card, which is very true. It is slow, right? It is slow, but again, the blue decks do have spooky sight, right? So which can let them play a little bit slower stuff now. So the question is it A tier or S tier? What do you guys think? What is our thoughts on Ink Amplifier? Because I can see it going both ways. I definitely think it's going to see play, right? Now, will it see play in every... I think it needs to get to 3 cards before it is better than Tipo. I think... Oh, yeah. I'm like, this doesn't... Nothing. And what's going on, Theo? How you doing, man? Nothing replaces Tipo or Sale. Period. And yes, it is slow. Like, it is very slow. But again, I think if you're playing a slow card that is ramping you to a board clear, you're a little bit safer to do so. And I think that can be an option. But the other thing is in blue decks, are you just playing Cinderella? Like, if you get your Tipo and Sale off on turn 2, I think you'd rather just play Cinderella on your turn 3 over Ink Amplifier. Right? I mean, because Cinderella is all but guaranteeing you that ramp. Whereas Ink, you need them to draw multiple cards. And so that gets a little bit difficult. This is a tough one. I don't... I'm gonna go with B tier for now, and I'm gonna keep it in the back of my mind because it is slow. And do you just run Cinderella instead? But again, if you get this off and you can, there's enough ways to survive getting this off, then you're never gonna have you're gonna have Ink for the rest of forever. Your opponent, by the time the game's over, is gonna get you to 15, 16 Ink, and you could have stopped at 6. So without Tamato or Oswald being played, I'm down on it. It doesn't impact the board, and there's too many ramp options better than it. I just don't think it's doing enough. Yeah, so I'll be interested to see what happens with it for sure. I'm definitely going to be really interested to see what happens with that one. So Oswald is going to be a big deal again. I mean, there's definitely a lot more items that make Oswald very promising now, in my opinion, when we have items that are dealing damage. So that is really exciting. I'm excited to see what happens with Oswald. I'm glad I just pulled a foiled one. Feeling good about that. Okay, Promising Lead is a 2-cost action. Chosen character gains +1 lore and gains support this turn. Okay, that's fine. Takes out a vanished character for what it's worth now, which isn't a lot. I don't think we're going to see a lot of vanishing characters anymore. Support is cool. Works with Scar really well. But maybe you played in blue-yellow aggro, but I think you just play good job in blue-yellow aggro. I don't think you care about, you just play the 1-cost card. So I'm leaning D tier for this action. The only thing you're gonna play it in, I think, maybe Blue Steel Kiwi, but to feed Scar even more. But yeah, I'm not. Star agrees with me. D tier for this one. I think D tier is appropriate. I'm on board with that. So next up, we've got Genie, a 4/7/2. Vanilla character, 5-cost inkable. He is a detective. He is an ally, so Scar's going to draw 5 cards with him. Nothing super crazy about this one. 4/7/2 is fine. His 7's a great body for 2 health or 2 lore. 4 attack is great. Scrooge, though, answers a big thing of you have you have a turn 3, right? That's the thing with Scrooge McDuck. Is Scrooge McDuck is so great because he comes down on turn 3 and answers that question of what do I do on my turn 3. So, for example, Green Blue has garbage for their turn 3, so a lot of people just played Baymax and Scrooge McDuck because then they had a good turn 3 play. So there is that. So so I think Genie is just he's great stats for turn 5. He's not the worst card in the world to get off of New Orleans. It feels bad to Robin Williams to put him in C tier. How about this? Genie in particular is the Will Smith genie. Okay, this is the Will Smith genie, and I can put the Will Smith genie in C tier, and I won't feel too bad about it. So, somehow I messed up. I think B tier, and that very well could be it. Again, we're seeing a lot of these high statted cards coming in, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But again, I mean, my 5 drops in green, blue, or even red, like there's so many other 5 drops, right? I mean, are there? Tinkerbell, I guess there's not a lot, right? Maybe there's not a lot of 5 drops. Maybe I'm just a little crazy. So maybe it should be higher. So just because of the 2 lore, but we'll go with C tier for now. Next up, we've got Fairy Godmother's Wand. It is another item. Blue really got a lot of items this set. Fairy Godmother's Wand is a 2-cost inkable item. During your turn, whenever you put a card into your inkwell, chosen princess character of yours gains ward until the start of your next turn. During your turn, whenever you put a card into your inkwell, so if you ink multiple times, you can give multiple princesses ward, but it has to be a princess, which is kind of rough. If we go to cards and we go to princess, I mean, I guess there is a lot of princesses, so you could run it in blue yellow, but that is going to be a very slow turn 2. Give ward to Tiana. C tier depends entirely on how good Amber Steel princesses are, but that is a good point. I mean, you play this on turn 2 and then play Tiana on turn 3. You can give Tiana ward, so that's something as well. But yeah, I agree. I think C tier is fine for it, just because it's just so situational, and I don't think it sees its way into the Blue Steel items deck either, just because it doesn't do really anything when you play it or get it back from your discard and things like that. So yeah, I think the Blue Steel items deck is going to be really powerful because of the damage dealing items personally, but yeah, I think C tier for Fairy Godmother's Wand. Next up, we've got Mickey Mouse. So here's a card that we haven't seen for a minute. It does protect Cinderella. Very true. So Mickey Mouse, 1/3/1. This is a card we all know and love. 3 cost, uninkable. Whenever you play this character, you may put the top card of your deck into your inkwell, face down, and exerted. People were really excited about this card, very particularly because of the Mickey Mouse. This Mickey Mouse, if he's in here, right? Is he there? This one. People were very excited about this Mickey Mouse because of this Mickey Mouse. The Shift 5 evasive. While this character has a card under them, he gets +3 attack, +3 willpower, and +3 lore. So you have a 5/5 questing for 4 on turn 4, which is pretty good. Pretty good indeed for blue-red. We've seen how powerful Mickey Mouse is in general. Now you can do something like Tipo on 2 or a Sail on 2 into a Mickey Mouse, into Mickey Mouse Shift. Meanwhile, at this point you're on just a buttload of lore. It's pretty good. It's definitely pretty good. I think you could run this in blue yellow aggro as well very effectively, because you could run Anna on turn 2, Mickey Mouse on turn 3. Anna is then able to quest for 2. And then the next turn, you have 4 ink to play with, so that's pretty good as well. Again, inking yourself is essentially drawing a card, which is effective. So Theo immediately with the S tier for this one. I mean, he does make a very strong case for red blue to be a very competitive deck this next set, which is pretty good for them. He is ramping really well. I mean, again. The problem is we have such good ramp on turn 2 right now. So now you ramp on turn 2, and your turn 3, you're looking for Cinderella. But even then, if you don't see Cinderella, Mickey Mouse is going to be a great additional ramp card. So you ramp on turn 2 to go to 3 ink, and then on your turn 3, you ramp again to go to 5 ink on your turn 3 with multiple ways to get there. So Mickey into Shift will likely be a strong plan. It's just whether or not the deck can support it. Yeah, true. But I think we can put Mickey up there for the same reason that I'm really high up on, as well as everybody. We'll skip ahead a little bit to Cinderella, the legendary 4-cost uninkable 2/3/1. At the end of your turn, if you played a princess character this turn, you may put a card from your hand into your inkwell face down to draw a card. If Cinderella, like the fact that Cinderella triggers off of herself is what makes this card just so absolutely crazy good. I mean, that's just it. I don't want to hear anybody tell me that this card is bad or that this card is being overhyped, because I will never see eye to eye with you on that one. Because there are some people that have said that, and they think that Cinderella is overhyped and going to be really bad as soon as people start playing it. And I just don't understand how anyone could feel that way, because this card is instantly ramping you and drawing a card. So it's great, right? It's replacing itself. And that's wonderful. I mean, it's essentially doing what Tipo and Sale does in one card. So, and they have to answer it. So this card replaces Grandma Tala in Infinity. It's basically How Far I'll Go on a body. It is like How Far I'll Go does have a really good benefit of cycle, right? Like one of the great things about How Far I'll Go is being able to dig through your deck. But this card is like combining the two, and I like to think of it as a Sale and Tipo combined into one card. I can ink any card I want now. It can be uninkable. That's perfectly fine. And you don't have to show your opponent what you ink. So that is always great. Just they don't need to know. And then you get to replace it. I don't see how someone can make an argument saying that this Cinderella is not an S tier card. Just phenomenal card. So Sonic Warrior on turn 4. Yeah, that's true as well. So Star, are you going to be playing a lot of Blue Steel this set? I think you will be. I think I see Blue Steel in your future. So, but next, going back a little bit, we got Scuttle. Scuttle's a pretty great card. I mean, a 5/5/2 with Ward. Like that's a pretty impressive card. It's an ally, so it works with Scar. It's a 5/5 body with Ward, which is pretty awesome. I mean, it doesn't have an on the play effect, right? Or enter the battlefield, ETB, that's what they call it, right? Enter the battlefield effect. But still, it's a 5/5/2 with Ward. Like there's just no good way to get rid of this card, and it trades so well into everything. It is slow, like there is that. Jeremy's going with B tier, and that's kind of where I was headed with it as well, just because it is slow, but it is annoying as crap to deal with. And I could see, so we saw Zan, Saeed, and Jeremy run their version of Green Blue that was literally just, I'm going to play every card that quests for 2 that is a 5/5 body. And like this would go into that deck for that reason. So the Bum Dandy, going through each of these cards, do you predict this will be a 4-peat meta? I don't just predict that this will be a 4-peat meta. I also predict that we are going to see a very big comeback in Shift Pete. I think Green Steel is going to be a really interesting deck this set because Shift Pete is going to be extremely annoying. So first you play Pete, which shuts off a lot. Then you play Shift Pete, which shuts off a whole lot. And that's just really annoying to deal with. So yeah, I think Green Steel is going to be a really interesting deck this set that just has to get figured out. And when I say figured out, I'm talking about, do you run the goofy shift line? Do you go an aggro route? Do you go a tempo route? Do you go a location route? Like, there's a lot of different ways you could go with it. So yeah, I think though that Pete and Shift Pete is going to be a major player in the field this set. The foils are $9. Hang on, we're gonna look at this really quick. So all filters. We're going off script. We're going off script, boys. Look at what is okay. So no, that wasn't it because okay. So the Shift Pete hasn't gone up in price or anything, but what happened there? 0 items sold, and then all of a sudden, no items sold. Weird. Okay. Anyways, back to what we're doing over here. I'm always curious what happens with the stuff. You know, there are so many cards to include in Green Steel. It's more than 60. Oh yeah, I was messing with Green Steel earlier today, kind of theory crafting on how I'd want to go that route, and that is one of the issues. Like I don't know if Green Steel is going to be a great deck at the early tournaments, like first week, 2 weeks, because there's so many routes to go with it that it's just going to need some time to figure out. I'm between Emerald Sapphire Prince Philip and Red Blue Mickey Mouse. Oh yeah, like, and I'm super excited to get into theory crafting, and that's going to be once I'm done with like these tier lists, like the theory crafting will definitely begin. So, but we talked about Scuttle, Kristoff, mining the ruins. All right. Another Whisper. What do you guys think of the Whisper artwork? Is it a little much, or do you think it's really cool? I think I'm kind of a fan. I want to see it in person, right? Seeing it in person is definitely going to change it, like really dictate it for me, but I think it's going to look really cool in person. So I'm really excited to see it. But 2/3/2, he's a 3-cost inkable. He is an ally, so works with Scar. Boost 1. And whenever this character quests, if there's a card under him, put the top card of your deck into your inkwell face down and exerted. Man, Theo over here, guys, it's a little late, you know. He's probably taking a sleepy time tea, working on 80 years old. Old man Theo over here. It's so hard to see. Where's my glasses? It's supposed to have crazy foil, 8-tier card. Oh, so stars on track over here. Theo, I'm just giving you a hard time, man. I bet Theo, I'm sure you're younger than I am, man. So so Kristoff though, whenever this character quests, if there's a card under him, put the top card of your deck into your inkwell face down and exerted. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that's a really good effect. Whenever this character quests, you get to ink, right? And it's not hard to do. There is so many ways this set for blue to ramp. It is just ridiculous. It is just so ridiculous how many ways blue can ramp this set. And this one's questing for 2, which is wild. Like, so this could even work in an aggro deck as well. Like this is a perfectly fine aggro card. So yeah, I'm on board with A tier. Again, it's free ramp. Like, and the fact, yeah, it's free ramp. Like, what's not to love? Like, that's, yeah. You can't, it's free ramp that it pretty much says draw a card. I'm on board. We'll go with that. And then your opponent's just motivated to answer it, right? So they're going to turn sideways. They're going to answer it. So The card probably makes Blue Steel allies really strong. I have trouble with shades of color. Oh, okay. That's more understandable. That is more understandable. So, blue is gonna be able to play so many insane, huge things late. Oh yeah, for sure. Like it. Yeah, like this is a card that you could play in something like Kiwi. I mean, it's just a good card. Like period, dot, blank, whatever, however that phrase goes. So I'm happy with A tier though. Just so much ramp. It's wild how much ramp they got all of a sudden. And yeah. So next up, we've got Scar. Eerily Prepared is a 5-cost, uninkable, 6/5/2 villain and whisper. Boost 2. Whenever you put a card under this character, chosen opposing character gets -5 this turn. That's C tier. It's just so expensive, and his boost you don't really care about. It could be nice. It could come in handy when there's so many big boys in the field, but again, there's other turn 5 things that I'm trying to do. This is like his effect is really good the later the game goes on, right? Because all of a sudden it just becomes super impactful later on when I'd rather do stuff. But it being uninkable is really, really hurts it. So I think D tier could work as well. And maybe you're right. Maybe it is more of a D tier card because it is uninkable. That's the point. So it was good when Under the Sea was out. Okay, they did Scar wrong. Yeah, Scar, they have done Scar wrong. Scar has not gotten a single good card except for Be Prepared, which wasn't even technically a Scar card. Like, Scar has been done very dirty this set. Or not even this set. Period. In the history of Lorcana, Scar has been done very dirty. So, I mean, take what we have not seen a good Scar card. Am I Teeth and Ambition? Okay, again, technically not a Scar card. Like it is Scar, but it's not technically a Scar card, right? Because like as far as characters called Scar, he has not gotten a good character. I remember, so I made we're going off script. I made a super hot post. Oh God. I made a super hot post on Facebook when the Scar Set Champs card came out. A lot of people were super big on it and saying that this card is going to be great. And I made a post about how the Scar Set Champs card was not going to see any play. And it was not going to see any competitive play, that it was not good. And people lost their minds. Like, I'm sure it's still in Facebook somewhere, but people were not happy with me that I said that. And you know how much competitive play the Scar Set Champs card saw? None. Zero competitive play. Just saying. So, the 7-drop Scar. The 7-drop Scar did see play. And Theo, I'm not giving you Teeth and Ambitions because the card is not called Scar. But the 7-drop Scar did see competitive play. That was a card that was teched in on some red-blue decks that really beat the crap out of people because they just weren't expecting it. So, Flinger Dingers would like a word. Moving on, some more cards here. We've got Might Solve a Mystery. I said Be Prepared did not count as a Scar card. So Might Solve a Mystery is a 4-cost song. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal up to 1 character card and put up to 1 item card and up to 1 item card and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. See, Star has my back, all right? Okay, so 4-cost Be Our Guest. It's our Be Our Guest with a little bit more. That it costs 4, right? So it's a pretty cool card. I'm a huge fan of Be Our Guest. The fact that this could slot into Blue Steel items really well is a big deal. I'd be interested on the math. Like we need some Frank Karsten stuff going on to tell me how many items and characters you would like, how many items and characters you would need to have a really good chance of this always seeing a character and an item, right? Because that's what I'd be curious about. So that would be interesting. Infinity All-Star, also have a good night. Have a good night, Theo. I'm glad you were able to join in, brother. Thanks for coming and chatting with us. So we have to get 4 foils for Denzel. Yeah, Denzel was playing the 3 ducks last set. He's one of our locals and did really well with it. He got his first ever. That scared the crap out of me. Oh my God! Just redeemed Hydrate. That. Oh my God, Theo. That scared the crap out of me. Oh man, I'm glad to see the channel points are working. I've been a little worried because no one's been using them. I've got to calm down now. That shouldn't have scared me so much. But yes, Might Solve a Mystery is an S tier card in Infinity for sure. In core, I'm leaning towards B tier. I think someone even said that up above. Yeah, Star was on B tier as well. And I think that's more appropriate. I mean, but Infinity, yeah, this is going to be a freaky little monster. I mean, imagine you play Scrooge on, whatever turn you can, and then you sing this with Scrooge to refill your hand with 2 cards, and you just start doing really nasty things. So yeah, in Infinity, this is a really, really good card. And that's so originally, I got to admit, so we're going off script a little bit while I pick up the next card. But when they first announced Infinity, I was really upset about it. And I was like, I don't like the idea of Infinity. I played a little bit of Hearthstone, and I always hated Wild is what they called in Hearthstone, and I never got into it. But I have to admit, in Lorcana, I'm a lot more into it than I ever was with Hearthstone. In Infinity, what intrigues me now with Infinity is just how impactful deck building is going to be, which is it's a big deal, right? And that's true as well. So Star saying that it appears they care a lot about Infinity, and it appears that they do, or they just don't know the power level of that. So it's really interesting, but I am really intrigued by Infinity and Lorcana just because of how good you're gonna have to be at deck building to stay on top of it, because we don't have an online platform. People aren't testing with the decks, right? They can't meta sheep an Infinity deck because the Infinity events are spread out so far. So the people that are really good at deck building and have a good team are going to do well in Infinity, and the people that cannot deck build are going to be stuck using whatever won the last Infinity event, and that's not necessarily going to be great, right? Imagine running Blue Steel and you're not running some of the things that Blue Steel has got in this set because you don't know the right number of cards you want to run. So Cyber Bro, what's going on, brother? Thanks for joining us. Which ink do you think has won this set with the reveals so far? I mean, as far as S tier cards, we've got 5 for Sapphire so far. We're not done with that. Steel has gone absolutely wonky with their S tier cards. 3 for red, 2 for green, 3 for purple, 4 for amber. So I think Steel has won so far. So I think Steel so far has won. So Raf C Kin 7, because the third DLC of each region is Infinity, and that's very true as well. Like I did not think, like, I was initially really irritated with and that's why you're saying it seems they care about Infinity, and that's probably true. And I was originally irritated that the third DLC was going to be Infinity. But now I got to admit, I am kind of excited. I honestly am, because the more cards we see revealed, like, we might see decks that were never good before all of a sudden are really good. And I think that's kind of intriguing as well. So, all right, back to putting cards in tier lists. We have Jasmine. We have a 4-cost Jasmine. She is a hero and a princess, so she works on Aurora. A 2/5/2. Whenever this character quests, if there's a card under her, remove up to 3 damage from each of your... I am so tired of seeing removed damage from your characters. I am just so tired of it. I hate it. It makes me so upset. Starset agrees, D tier. Yeah, like I don't even like. It's just so annoying. I mean, no, it's just not worth it. I mean, look at the only time we've ever seen that matter is Penny, but that's very rare, and then Rapunzel. So Chicano said that ink card is definitely better than Ink Geyser. LOL. Which ink card? Are we talking about? Yeah, what ink amplifier? That one? I don't know why they keep printing this effect. I know, because they hate me. Because I hold so much disdain for that effect. Like, yeah, because they hate me. So like, is there an Infinity deck with Max Goof, Ursula Deceiver Vault, and Beast Relentless OTK? Not that we've seen, right? But again, because there's so little Infinity formats anywhere, and then they don't get reported very well, like it's really hard to see if something's good. I can tell you nothing's won that's been reported. The only things that have won Infinity that's been reported is Amber Steel and Amber Steel Aggro, Steel Song, and Blue Steel Items are the only 3 decks that have won an Infinity that have been reported. But who's to say if there's been Infinity events that weren't reported on Ink decks that was doing something crazy, like a Beast Relentless OTK deck. So, but yeah. So Jasmine, D tier card for me. Penny, Rapunzel, and Belle. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I just hate that effect, and I wish they'd quit giving it to Amber. But next up, we've got Hinwin. Going back, Hinwin. Oh, we love Hinwin, and I love that they included this artwork. So, a 2-cost inkable, 1/4/1. He is a prophetic pig. Whenever this character quests, look at the top card of your deck, put it on either the top or the bottom of your deck. So it's kind of like a little Merlin's Cottage effect kind of thing going on. He is an ally, so he works with Scar. We always have to mention that now. She's a special pig. But I don't know. No, just no. I mean, it's a cool effect. It is that Merlin's Cottage effect, which is kind of neat, and there is things that you can do with that, but again, it's in a space that is already dominated by 8 particular cards that blue decks will alter 7 for every single time. So there's never a world where you're like, you know what, I want to see Hinwin on my turn 2. So I think Hinwin is unfortunately another D tier card. So let me know if anyone disagrees with that. And then next up, speaking of Hinwin, really, constructed C tier, limited A tier. Okay, I could see limited, but constructed C tier. All right, F tier. I could definitely see it being good in limited though, because there's so many bad cards in your deck in limited that you'd want Hinwin so you could cycle through those before you actually draw them. So I could definitely get on top of Hinwin being a really good limited card. And the thing is I don't think a lot of people will feel that way. I think a lot of people will see Hinwin in draft and what's the other one called? Draft and sealed, and immediately throw it away thinking it's a really bad card because it only quests for 1, it's not evasive, but what it's capable of is actually pretty powerful and limited. But Hinwin's Visions is a 1-cost action. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put 1 on the top of your deck and the rest on the bottom in any order. So this is like a bad develop and bad Visions. Like I'd rather just play develop over this. I think, because at least develop's replacing itself. This could be good if, like, this is really good in those situations where you're like, I need this 1 card next turn or I will lose the game. And if I don't see it, I'm just SOL. And so it's really good in those very tight positions. But again, I think that I'd rather just run develop over something like this, because develop is replacing itself. Visions is replacing itself, like all good things. This action does feed Shark, and we know that Shark is going to be something. So I wonder if this becomes a really good card in Infinity. So, like, does this become a good card in Infinity? I don't know, because you'd have to remove some really good cards to make it good in Infinity. DKP would be the one I would add. Like, for anything with red, blue, Shark, like, I don't think you can... I don't think there's a better person to ask than DKP. So I would be curious if he would run this in his list at all. Maybe overdevelop, but I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think you still just run develop and Visions because they replace themselves. But I mean, I guess it's good anti-discard, because instead of drawing it, it goes to the top of your deck. So that'd be good. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna see any play. We'll keep it in C tier though. I'm going with Rafsy. I'm going with Kin 7 on this one. So, because I didn't take him for the last one. So, our next one that we have is, did we see this Judy Hopps? No, we have not seen this Judy Hopps. We have another Judy Hopps. Okay, so 4-cost Judy Hopps, 3/3/1. Hero Detective. When you play this character and whenever she quests, so she has an ETB effect. When you play this character and whenever she quests, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may reveal a detective character and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. Okay, so she has kind of that Shift Jasmine effect, right? Where when Jasmine quests, she can look for an ally character. So that's really good. So with that being said, again, it has to be detective, and she's turn 4, you're doing this, so she's never going to quest multiple times. So that's really tough. When I think of something like this, I think of... Hang on. There's a card that does the same thing for princesses. Mulan. Let's find Mulan. This one right here. Whenever this character quests, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal a princess character card and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. And how many times have we seen Mulan see play? I guess she only did come out last set, but how many times have we seen her see play? And the answer to that is none. And this Judy Hopps is doing the same thing. Now, with that being said, Mulan is not an ETB effect. It is only when she quests. So she is very, 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 very slow. I didn't even know she had an enchanted. So it is a little bit different. Turn 3 because of ramp. So at least Judy gets it on play. Yep, exactly. So it's another one though. How do you rate a card? So if you're building a detective deck, like, you have to run Judy Hopps, right? Like, it's draw. So A tier in a detective deck, D tier in a non-tribal deck, I think is where you put it. Tribal cards, again, are so weird to rate. Like, they're so difficult because, I mean, how do you rate it effectively? So, like, how do you rate it effective? Because it's a god-awful card outside of tribal. But in tribal, like, I think you have to run it because it's card draw. Good card draw. So it has an aerial effect. Aerial is pretty good. So Kin 7, when these become relevant, if you have cards that benefit from looking at top cards or revealing cards, like a sort of eggs deck. If you have cards that benefits from yeah. I mean, and that's true, right? So there is that. You think of the purple Bruno, right? Where I think it's the purple Bruno, where if you know the next card, if you name the card off the top of your deck, then you gain lore. Yeah, name a card, then reveal the top card of your deck. If it's named that card, put the card into your hand and gain 3 lore. Otherwise, put it on the top of your deck. Maybe we see a purple blue. We see a blurple Bruno Madrigal deck. How cool would that be? So I think you have to rate tribal cards with tribal in mind. Yeah, and I think that's fine, right? Because no one's gonna look at this. I would hope no one would ever look at this tier list and be like, oh my god, he put Judy Ops in A tier. Like, what a crazy, crazy dumb man. And not take into consideration just how good it could be with tribal. So yeah, because most tribal, I mean, yeah, exactly. Look at Dalmatians, right? Outside of tribal, besides Thunderbolt and its shift target, patch, useless. So yeah. Well, I guess not Thunderbolt, but patch itself. Patch is great because of Thunderbolt. But outside of other than that, like almost every Dalmatian has seen 0 play. So, okay, that is all the Sapphire cards. Now we need to go through the other cards. Eggs is a WoW TCG. World of Warcraft had a trading card game? Wow. see you see what I did there? Means every time you reveal cards you get a 1/1 token on an OTK your opponent. Well, he star, that's very true. And that's kind of a cool effect. I'm still hoping we see tokens in Lorcana at some point. I thought Black Cauldron would have been a great time for tokens because of all of the zombies that they're bringing back, but I was wrong. There's still no tokens. Instead, there's a 6/7/1, but I'm hoping we see tokens at some point. Okay, so let's look at the other cards because there have been other releases. So we saw Steel, Ruby. We stopped at 26. So we have 2 new cards in Ruby to look at. Let's see. So is there a way to filter it? No, there is not. Okay. There's not a way to filter it by what was just most recently added. So we just kind of have to find it. Well, this is going to be, but this isn't, okay. But nothing new has been added. Yeah, all of these we already have in here. Nothing new has been added since we looked at it yesterday, but let's look in here. What I wish Cauldron was. All right, I'm going to open it. I trust you. Oh, is this magic? I think this is a magic card. All right, what I wish Cauldron was. Ghost Vacuum, costs 1. Wait, I got this. Okay. Costs 1, but it's like a wild, right? It can cost any mana of your choice because it doesn't have the mountain, right? I think I got this. It is an artifact. Exert this artifact or tap this artifact. Exile target card from your graveyard. Then you pay 6 of any mana and tap. Sacrifice Ghost Vacuum. Put each creature card exiled with Ghost Vacuum into the battlefield under your control with a flying counter on it. Each of them is a 1/1 spirit in addition to its other types. Activate only as a sorcery. That's a wild card. Like, that is quite the card. Exile target card from, wow. This would be crazy. If it was if it was the Black Cauldron. This would be so cool, actually. And it's not easy to do either because your cards still have to be banished. So, but yeah, how'd you like that Magic the Gathering knowledge for never playing Magic the Gathering? Yeah. But that's a pretty cool. I wish that's what Black Cauldron was. But okay. So we've got all the red cards. We're good there. What about Emerald? No, we need to look here. So what red cards? Oh, we've got the Headless Horseman. So, Headless Horseman. Gosh, what a beautiful. Even the Legendary is beautiful. But then you have the Enchanted, which was also revealed. The Enchanted. Oh, that's a different Enchanted. No, it's the same Enchanted. But the Enchanted is beautiful, as well as the body itself. But let's see what the body itself actually does. So the body itself is a 5-cost uninkable. That is freaking gorgeous. 4/2/2. When you play this character, banish chosen opposing character with 2 attack or less. So brawl on a body. During your turn, whenever an opposing character is banished, each of your characters gets +1 lore or +1 attack this turn. So, for everybody that thinks Brawl is a bad card, we sure saw a lot of it being played back in the day, and it never had a problem banishing a character. Now, with that being said, this is coming down quite a bit later than Brawl, so that is a little worrisome because there has to be characters to actually target with this card. Now, if you run this in blue-red, then it's going to be extremely impactful because you can get it down so early. You ramp on 2, you play Cinderella on turn 3, you play this on turn 4, and then in the meantime, when you play it on turn 4, you banish the opponent's Cinderella before they can use it multiple times. And you have a 2-quester and a 5-cost card if you need to sing something. And the moment you play it and banish something, all of your characters get 1 attack. I think this is most playable in red-blue. I think it might be too slow for everything else. But because of how good it is in red-blue, I do agree. I think you will run this in red-blue. The question is how many, because you don't run 4 of them, right? I just don't think you run 4 uninkable cards in red-blue. His second effect is immediately effective if you exactly, and that's very true. Because that is impactful. I think it's fine in red purple. Okay, so just my biggest worry in those decks is that it's going to be impactful, right? For red purple, it is going to help with aggro. But red purple in the current set doesn't have an issue with aggro, right? Like red purple in the current set is really, in my opinion, only good against aggro and probably the best aggro counter deck. So does it need Headless Horseman? It's still Quest for 2 though, and its effect is still active. So yeah, I think it's going to see play for sure, and I think we're going to see people try and put it in everything. Red purple has so many ways it can test the board early, and that's kind of what I'm saying. It could work in red steel as well, and that's just it. Like, it can work in all the decks. I think red blue will utilize it better than any of the other decks because it can ramp to it, but it can work in any red deck because its effect is good. Brawl is a good card. Brawl questing for 2 is a good card. So there is that. And the other advantage is red blue can get rid of it, right? With Cinderella and Tipo if they need to. Whereas red purple can brick on it. Red steel can brick on it, things like that. Jana MB88. It's not needed in red purple, he says. I said she because we have a Jana in our locals, so I don't know if it's you or not, or a different Jana. So it makes Scar better, the silver lining. Gosh dang it. Stupid Scar. So that is very true. It is very true. It benefits Scar. So jealous Brombones, leave Ichabod alone. I'm going to go with S tier though. I am on board with S tier for sure. So our other, and it's just beautiful artwork. Like this is a gorgeous legendary. Like I am so excited to get a playset of this and put it in my binder and just look at it. Like that is beautiful. And it's enchanted is beautiful. It's enchanted is beautiful here. Another beautiful enchanted. So, all right. Oh wait, that's not enchanted. That's an iconic. Oh, I gotta relearn all these symbols. Okay. Any other red cards today? Time to go. What is this one? I think you guys talked about this earlier, actually. I think you guys mentioned time to go earlier. What do we got here? So time to go. Banish chosen character of yours to draw 2 cards. If that character had a card under them, draw 3 cards instead. I think you should do a playset of Steel Scar giveaway. I don't even know if I have a playset of Steel Scar yet. I'll have to check. It might be one I'm missing. But banish chosen character of yours to draw 2 cards. If that character had a card under them, draw 3 cards instead. I think this card is pretty good. A tier. Banish chosen character of yours to draw 2 cards. If that character has a card under them, draw 3 cards instead. So it's going to be great, right? Late game, it's going to be really good. It's difficult. That's a net 0 kind of card. And that's kind of what I'm worried about. Banish your Diablo, draw 3 anyways. So that's true. Like you can banish, a purple Diablo, which is a cool idea. Again, this card is good. A tier, banish Tipo. And that's also what I was thinking. Like you can banish just useless cards that aren't doing anything. Like for example, I was playing a match today. I was on green purple. It was against Blurple. And I just had a Rafiki. I had a 1-cost Rafiki that sat there until like turn 9, doing absolutely nothing. It just sat there and did nothing because I couldn't quest with him because I potentially needed that 1 ink to make things like Under the Sea happen or stop chaos on its tracks. But at the same time, and I just didn't want to lose him for nothing. So if I had something like Time to Go, which of course doesn't work in green purple, at least I could get something out of that Rafiki. So going down on board isn't great, and you're playing 2 cards to get 2 cards, and that's true as well. But I mean, like Jeremy said, if you play it on Tipo's already done what Tipo needed to do. So there's that idea as well. What really hurts me about this card is how expensive this card is. Like it, and that is what really bothers me with this card is you are paying 3 to lose tempo to draw some cards. And those cards better have done something. For example, Tipo, right? But paying 3 to lose tempo feels really bad. Feels really, really, really bad. This is a late game card, right? Lilo, bring Lilo back, or Blue Stitch, so many characters that benefits when it's banished. And that's true as well. Like, give us more zombie cards that do stuff from the discard. I mean, I hate how much it costs, but it is a good card. But the problem is in late game, I don't know, because, okay, so let's say late game, you're playing a red deck and you top deck a Tipo, and that feels really bad. You don't need that. Even top decking a Cinderella feels really bad. That Cinderella is only good in the early game. So that is really bad. So you play Time to Go. So when you top deck that Cinderella, maybe you have Time to Go for it, and that feels really good. Isn't New Tremaine Boost huge with this? Something that plays actions for free. Okay, I was trying to think if there was anything that did that, and you're right, it is the new Lady Tremaine. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm stuck. Honestly, I'm stuck between B and C tier for this one. I just, again, I have a hard time with how much it costs. Friend, you mentioned um, somebody mentioned that you played Friends. You were happy to pay 3 for Friends, and that's true. You were, but the other nice thing about it is that you could also just sing Friends on turn 2 with Belle, or sing Friends on turn 2, turn 3 with other cards. Sharpshooter, I don't know if that feels good either, because again, you're gonna have to banish a character to actually use its effect. And so I think I'm being generous personally, giving it B tier, because I don't know if it deserves to be there or not. It's just rough to lose tempo. It is a phenomenal late game card. Like, I think this is a phenomenal late game card when you top deck a Tipo or a Rafiki or whatever other one drop cards you might be running in your deck that you don't need anymore, but you run because you have to for early game. So I'll stick with B tier. I'll meet you guys in the middle. All right, and I think that's everything. There's a new Mushu. Anyways, I think that's all the red cards that we saw today. So let's see what else we got. So Ruby, Emerald. Looks like Emerald may have gotten a few things. We did Shere Khan was yesterday, so we don't need to worry about that. Megara, Meg, Goofy. Did it get anything new? What did we end with yesterday? 22. So I think all it's added was Enchanteds in here. So did we see Finnick? Is Finnick in here? Do we see Finnick? We do not see Finnick. Okay, let's look at Finnick over here. Another 1 cost, right? I don't see Finnick. Yeah, okay. Let's look at Finnick. A 1 cost card, 1/2/1. When you play this character, you may pay 2 to return chosen opposing character with 2 attack or less to their player's hand. So this is a better Cloud Kicker? Yeah, this is just a better Cloud Kicker. When you play this character, you may pay 2 to return chosen character. This is a better Cloud Kicker. So this is really cool. Yeah, this is just a better Cloud Kicker. And I say better because it is a 1 cost card that is potentially a 3 cost card, right? So you don't have to play it. I mean, right now, playing a lot of green purple, I'm playing a lot of the Baby Mother Gothel. They cost 5 to do this effect. 2 to player, 3 to use her ability. So can be brought back with Shift Lady, which is huge. Oh, that is very true. The green yellow Shift Lady, very true. Another good 1-drop for them as well. So this this is a good card. Like, this is a really good card. The question is what decks would want to run it? Dies to Spooky though. Cyber. Like, so I try really hard to not look at cards with the Medusa effect, right? The Medusa effect being a card would come out, right? And everyone would be like, dies to Medusa. Even when no one was playing Medusa, people were like, dies to Medusa, and would say it's an awful card. And my response to that was always, dies to Be Prepared, right? Yes, it does die. It does die to the new blue card. So I will give you that. It does die. It does get banished and put to your inkwell by Spooky Sight. But red, green, and yellow, green, I think is very true. Oh, if it could be, did Cloud Kicker work on your own character? I think it did. Kit Cloud. Okay, come on, Dreamborn. It's being slow. Oh god, it's being really slow now. Okay, when you play this character, you may return chosen. Oh, it was your opponent's card. Okay, so I'm comfortable giving Finnick S tier as well. It's just good. Yeah, I'm on board with that. I do wish that it could also be your character, but like there's so many games where I wish I had Cloud Kicker. 2 attack or less is tough though. I don't know how much stuff we've seen with 2 attack or less. That's also a problem, right? How much stuff have we actually seen with 2 attack or less where you care about bouncing this? I guess you can bounce it on the play to prevent their shift targets. So that's something. You could bounce this shift here once they've shifted. So maybe so many things just have more than 2 attack now that this becomes less possible. Just seeing Mother Knows Best. That's true as well. I think because of how powerful things have gotten, you have less targets than Cloud Kicker had back in the day. So I am going to go with A tier for this one, only because of how powerful cards have gotten. So there is less that you actually care to bounce. There is targets, though. There's definitely targets to bounce, but it is just harder. Well, so Star, he's saying he's not saying it sings Mother Knows Best. He's saying, why don't you just play a card that can then sing Mother Knows Best? And into that defense, like that won't happen till turn 4 typically, whereas this happens on turn 3. But I am just worried about how many things it can actually bounce. That's what my worry is for it. So as far as other things that have been added, Flotsam. Did we see Flotsam? I wish Lorcana Player was organized by when they were added, but it doesn't look like we've seen Flotsam. So Flotsam is a 4/2 evasive 1. Simply put, he answers. I really thought this was a fish hook at first, and that was weird, but it's a boot. But simply put, it answers Genie. It answers Dumbo. It is an ally for Scar if you're running Scar and Green Steel. If you are, then it answers Elsa. So it's just a card that answers stuff, which is fine. I think it's just a B tier card. Like, this isn't something you're just going to auto throw in your green decks just because it answers evasives. Because you want to be... Okay, we did not go over Shere Khan yet. Okay, perfect. Inkable better, in my opinion, and you get a body. So I liked Flynn, and he was going to be going my dog's deck. Then I saw Spooky Sight. Yeah. So, but Flotsam, I think is a B tier card. It's not something you would just auto throw in, because if you do, he's just going to sit there forever. And it's really, yeah. So did we talk? Okay. No, we did talk about Flynn Rider yesterday. We put him in B tier because he's just kind of a little expensive, right? When you're playing an aggro deck, typically you want to be developing a wider board, not putting all of your candy in one bowl, kind of thing. However that analogy goes, I can't think of it off the top of my head. So, but Shere Khan, 6-cost legendary. All right, we got another legendary for Emerald here. He is a good-looking card. They did good on this one. He is a 6-cost uninkable 5/4/2 evasive eggs in one basket. Thank you very much. Whenever this character quests, banish chosen opposing character or chosen opposing damaged character. Then you may put 1 damage counter on another chosen character. So essentially every turn, starting on turn 7, you can banish a character, is what this is saying. It ignores resist, which is nice. Green blue can start doing it earlier. They can start doing this on turn 4, so they can get this card. So does die to Bolt. All right, the Medusa effect, but it is evasive, so it can challenge evasive boards. It is a little bit difficult to actually answer though, because it is evasive, and so that is something to keep in mind. Like, whatever your opponent is challenging into this, be it Elsa plus Genie, they're going to get banished as well, which is essentially accomplishing what you were going to do with Shere Khan anyways. Blue green was my first thought as well, for this card. You definitely can only, in my opinion, you can only run it in blue green. I don't see it. It just needs ramp. Like, you need to get this card down and start doing things. Amazing if you had ward, but I guess you can pair it with blue. Yeah. So, because just so you can get to it, right? So the question is A or B tier. Because he doesn't do anything when you play him, which is rough. No ETB effect. But if you ramp and you hard ramp, well, the other problem is like, even his, so that's the other problem. If your opponent has no damaged characters yet, his effect, it doesn't happen the turn you play it, and it possibly doesn't happen the next turn. So it's going to take 2 turns before you can actually banish a character potentially. So that is an issue. A dangerous issue. So I think B tier is fine. I think you can play 1 or 2 of them and be happy with that. The question for green blue is, would you replace John Silver with Shere Khan? I don't know if you would. It does pair well with the new song because you can put damage on other things. And there is other ways, right, that you can put damage on things, like the fire the cannons in green steel, or green can run the mosquito bite that puts a damage counter on something. So that's a big deal. If he had more attack, yeah, he'd be stupid good. But yeah, I'm happy with B tier for him. That's kind of where I had him lined up to go. So we'll go with B tier. And he looks good. I like the little paper coming out there. So yeah, and that's true as well. Like, John Silver's not going anywhere. So did we look at this card? Location 217. I don't think we looked at that card either. So let's grab this card. White Agony Plains, Golden Lagoon. So let's see what this card even does. Something about +1 lore per character. Let's see. Okay. So this is a 2/1/7. This location has +1 lore for each character in this location. Okay. So that's kind of cool. If you have a whole bunch of characters here, this just gains a whole bunch of lore. There's a couple of ways to get around that, of course. You just banish their characters that are there, or you banish the location. So that is something. Do you think Blurple or Ruby Sapphire will be able to make spooky sight scary? Yes, very much so. With it, I have no doubt that it will make spooky sight very scary. I think they'll come out the gates probably running 3, and then decide if they need to go down to 2. But I think Red, Blue, and Blurple can both run that and be very happy that they do run it. Did we do the Prince Philip combo song that deals damage counters to opponent's board? It doesn't really add threat diversity. Yeah, so we did. We'll get to that. I'll find that one in a second, Cyber. But we did get to that one, and we did talk about it. It's in A tier, and we'll kind of talk about why I put it there. So But yes, so if I wish this gave you at least one lore. Oh, that's interesting. So if Lemon Lime discard does become a possibility, this could be your way to gain that passive lore. In the past, when Lemon Lime discard was a deck that was played, one of its big issues is that you spent 20 minutes, 25 minutes controlling your opponent and then questing. But until that point, you weren't questing or gaining any lore whatsoever. So this could do something like that. If a discard deck came around, or if a green deck, right, like green blue, could maybe do something with this. In green blue, I was a really big fan of McDuck Manor. So McDuck Manor, because it was just difficult to deal with, it gained you passive lore while you controlled the opponent's board. So maybe this is a way you could gain passive lore. I like the implications of what this card could do, but your opponent doesn't necessarily have to, like, they have to worry about it, but they don't, because if you don't move anything there, then it just sits there doing nothing. So they can just ignore it, kind of thing. So I'd also like to point out Treasure Map in Infinity. There's a great possibility of a Lemon Lime discard developing it now. Oh, for sure. Like, and I think Lemon Lime discard is something that will definitely be looked at. Treasure Map. I got to admit, I never once saw that card ever played, so I just do not. I could not tell you what it does. So, but let's find out real quick. I'm pulling it up on Dreamborn. I know you can't really see it. The map of Treasure Planet. This one, you pay one less for the next location you play this turn. You pay one less to move your characters to a location. Okay, so that could do some really exciting things. So as far as constructed goes, I'm gonna put it in B tier. I think you could do some cool things with it. I don't think it's gonna be an auto include in decks, but I think that there are some ways you could experiment with it that could answer some questions, or some problems that decks have been having. So, Stap Radio. Yeah, maybe you didn't answer it. I thought I answered this earlier. I apologize. But do you think Blurple or Ruby Sapphire will be able to make Spooky Sight scary? I do. I think that both Blurple and Ruby Sapphire are going to be able to make Spooky Sight very spooky. It's just they're able to get to it so quickly. Ruby Sapphire is going to be on the high end again, so they're going to need a way to answer aggro, as well as something like Purple Steel, if Purple Steel is still a popular deck in the way that it is. And then Blurple's the same way. They suffer into those aggro decks. It's their worst matchup. So Spooky Sight helps them solve that answer. Neither one of them will run 4, but I could see them running 2 very comfortably. 3 definitely the maximum that they'll go with it. So, all right. Let's see if we're missing any other cards for Emerald. Blessed Bagpipes. Nope, I don't think we have Blessed Bagpipes either. I don't think we have any of these top cards, because we don't have Ka either. So maybe they do add them in order, because we have all of these. So, oh wait, do we have Potion of Malice? Do we have Ka? They added a whole bunch of Emerald cards since we last looked at this 2 days ago. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. So we're just going to kind of add these cards in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to, just because I don't want to miss them. So we're just going to kind of do this. Okay, Hook Hand, we did that one. Jetsam, we have not done Jetsam. So is that the guy from Frozen? No, that's still the guy from Little Mermaid. Um, but do you guys know who I'm talking about? I'm talking about the old guy, the whatever his name is, the old guy that does the that has to dance, and then his toupee comes down off of his head. All right. Bellwether. We haven't done Bellwether either. Okay, put Bellwether here. And I think... Okay. So bagpipes. Guy on ship. Is that a card that I missed? Okay, Ka. Guy on ship. Guy on ship. Did we do the map? Yes. Okay. It's not Cockatoo Dancing. Yeah. All right. Cool. So real quick, Cyber, I think it was you. You asked about the Prince Philip combo. So the song we put in A tier. And the reason I put it in A tier was mostly because, like, I think a lot of people are going to rush this. I think a lot of people are going to rush the combo, right? And I don't think you're wrong to run the combo because it is an unbeatable combo. Like, there's nothing you can do about it except there's nothing you can do about it except for, like, beat them to it or play something like Pete. And so that would do it, or the shift Pete will do it. Like, so there are things to do to prolong it. But there's also a lot of answers. Grimsby is his name. Yes, Grimsby is his name. But there's just a lot of ways in the meta to stop this from happening, or at least slowing it down. So there is that. And then Li Shang and Mulan challenge ready characters. Very true. So there's also that can slow it down by answering that Prince Philip. So there's things out there that make it difficult. Now, it will definitely see play very effectively. I think Green Blue runs this with the big Prince Philip without even worrying about running the baby Prince Philip. Maybe they can run one of them, but they don't need to run the baby, I don't think. I think they'd be perfectly fine if they didn't. What if you just play two of them in a turn and do a grab your swords impression? Yes, I'm on board with that. I am on board with that. So that would be... Could you imagine losing to grab your swords in malicious, mean, and scary fashion? So... But that's kind of why we put it in A tier. I think it's a good card, but again, it's a card that's only going to be good for the most part with the Prince Philip combo. So Green Circle can do it too, I think. Yeah, and that's, yeah. So there's a lot of ways you're going to be able to get it off. But there's also a lot of ways to prevent it because it is a song. Ursula, Ludwig, the new Mowgli, Pete and Shift Pete. So there's a lot of things that get in the way of it, but it is still an incredibly good card, an incredibly good board wipe that it cannot be ignored by any stretch of the imagination. So it's just a good card that I think is worthy of A tier for sure. Looking at cards we haven't gotten to. Does it open up stuff with the Alice damage cards like March Hare? The Alice damage cards like March Hare. All right, what do we got here? Oh. Well, come on, Mad Hatter. We should know this. When you play this character, you may deal 2 damage to chosen damage character. I mean, why not, right? Like, because, yeah, why not? I mean, because the other thing is, what I was most excited for this card is things like possibly making a Robin Hood deck finally work, because they've never been able to in the past. So we have something like this shift character. This character gets +1 lore for each opposing damage character in play. We have that one. We have this shift character. It's not a shift character. It is a big ol' Robin Hood. This one. 9 cost, 6/6/4 with ward. So, I mean, for each 1 damage on opposing characters, you pay 1 less to play this character. So maybe we can finally see a Robin Hood deck that's really good. So that could be kind of cool. And then you could also run something like the March Hare to deal an additional 2 damage to stuff. So I don't think it's too wishful thinking. I think it's a possibility that we have with Malicious, because that was one of the biggest things is the Robin Hood decks could never really pop off because there was no way to effectively put damage on a whole bunch of characters. Malicious does that. And yes, Sherwood Forest, that, if the Robin Hood decks became good, Sherwood Forest is a broken card, for sure. Kaw is a 3/2/2, but I do not know if he is ward or if that is evasive, so let's find him. Let's find our boy Kaw. All right, Kaw, are you ward or are you evasive? You are evasive. All right, so Kaw is an evasive 3/2/2. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, we really need a 1-cost Robin. I agree. Ooh, Star, you're saying it's ward, but Lorcana player is saying it's evasive. So which one is it? We could ask Guggle. We could ask the great Guggle. Google, for those of you that don't know what that's from. Wrong Kaw. Okay. So, we're going with wait, did I click on the wrong Kaw? Oh, I did click on the wrong Kaw. Oh, this dumb thing. Where's this Kaw? Oh, okay. So it's a 3. Oh, so it is Prince Philip. Oh, okay. So it is ward. Okay. See, what would I do without you guys? Okay, so we have a Prince Philip then. We have a 3/2/2 Prince Philip. 3/2 ward. He is what I'm assuming is a villain. Yeah, Storyborn villain. So how do we feel about a 3/2 ward? I think he's another good aggro card for a green deck. I think he could be fine. I mean, it's ward, right? I think you can just put ward in B tier, and I just don't think you're ever wrong to do so. Ward is just such a good card overall, or a good effect. Next we have Blessed Bagpipes. It's a 2-cost inkable item. When you play this item, you may put the top card of your deck face down under one of your characters or locations with boost. All right, I'm excited by boost support. Whenever one of your characters or locations with a card under them is challenged, gain 1 lore. You may put the top card of your deck face down under one of your characters with or locations with boost. Okay, so it does get past a boost 3, which is something. Maybe you run this in green-red with Lady Tremaine. You can get around her ability. You can also get around the ones that, no, that doesn't work. But it is boost support. Whenever one of your characters or locations with a card under them is challenged, gain 1 lore. So, B tier? Is B tier where we put Blessed Bagpipes, I think? It's not bad, but it's not a great card. But it helps with boost, and I'm on board with anything else with boost. It might be C. I think it's more C. It's just a little difficult, right? You're trying to do other things on turn 2, and it's when you play this card, so you're going to have to hold on to it for a while until you see something worthy of it. So yeah, it is niche, exactly. So it just can be a little difficult. So we'll go with C tier. Next up, we have Bellwether, 4-cost, inkable, 3/3/2. When this character is challenged and banished, put 1 damage counter on each opposing character. Ooh, more Robin Hood support. And what's really exciting about this Robin Hood support is that it quests for 2. So that's really good. And it's Robin Hood support. It's also Prince Philip, big Prince Philip support. I think this card is cool. Exert to boost would be fire. Exactly. That would definitely change my opinion of Blessed Bagpipes. I think Bellwether is B tier. Yeah, put 1 damage counter on each opposing character, so it can't be ignored. It is a little expensive, but you're going to be guaranteed to get the Robin Hood down, I would think, at this point, because at this point, well, not guaranteed, but definitely going to be a possibility. So I'm going to put it on B tier just for Robin Hood in particular. I want to make Robin Hood great again, right? So we'll go forward. Bang. Okay, Jetsam. Jetsam is a 6/6/2. When you play this character, deal 3 damage to chosen opposing damaged character. So a lot of damage support coming in with green in the last couple days. It's just expensive and it's difficult. I think it's a D tier card. It's just so expensive, right? Like, that is an expensive card that is going to be hard to actually do. Its ability is not an easy ability either. I think D tier for Jetsam, and you guys can let me know if I'm being a little too rough on that. Morph would be so cool to have back. Morph would be awesome to have back. I'm with you on that one. Potion of Malice, a 3-cost uninkable item. Exert and pay 1 ink. Put 1 damage counter on chosen character. Robin Hood support, Prince Philip support, other like Jetsam support as well. And then also banish this item. Each opposing damage character gains Reckless until the start of your next turn. So that can be kind of cool. All of a sudden, their characters are now having to challenge yours. So against a Singer deck, you can do some really annoying things with that. So you play this in blue-green, and there's no way you don't play Hades over it. Yeah, exactly. Or Basil, for sure. Like 100%. So Potion of Malice is a tough one. It's a great way to do stuff with leftover ink, but the problem is it's just so slow. Like, you're not even playing this till turn 3, and then turn 4 is when you can use it. So turn 4, you could possibly put 1 damage on all of your opponent's characters. Turn 5, if they had 4 characters down, you can play Robin Hood, but that doesn't feel good because now you have a board of potentially a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and then a Robin Hood. So there's nothing to protect the Robin Hood, so that doesn't do a whole lot. It doesn't support Prince Philip in a huge way because you're still so far away from Prince Philip. We got C tier, we got B tier. Oh, we've got... Oh, you were saying C tier for... Jeremy, were you saying C tier for Jetsam? Jetsam, I bet. Okay, now you're saying D tier. So Star is saying B tier. You're saying D tier. What do we think, Cyber? How are you feeling about Potion of Malice? What do you think for this one? I just think it's a little... I think it's too slow. It can do some really cool things. I don't want to put it in D tier. I don't want to put it in D tier because what it's capable of doing, but just how do you use this effectively is the problem. Because you know what I'd rather play on turn 3? I'd rather play Emerald Chromicon. I'd rather play that 3-cost uninkable any day of the week over Potion of Malice. I think it is a D tier card. It's just so slow to actually utilize. And that is what the problem with it is. I love that it's Robin Hood support, but I think it's just too slow. The green song, you're talking about malicious. So I'm assuming. So yeah, I'm gonna go with, or just play the green song on turn 3, possibly is what you're saying. So position, we'll go forward. Get that out of here. Okay. Now the 7 cost con, 673 with evasive. Again, you never play this over Hades. You never play this over Basil. I think it's just a I think it's just a C tier card. I mean, it's a lot of questing capability. Green blue is really Ratigan on turn for 8 ink is really the only other thing I think that you're really potentially playing in green blue that's questing for that much. So I'm just kind of curious if there's anything else really that's doing something like that. Filters, lore, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. So we'll go 7. So Prince Philip 7. Ready this character after the challenge. Okay, so there's a couple of cards doing it. But I mean, and he is evasive, so that is really helpful. But I mean, how much do we care? He's so slow. Again, he's just a really slow card, and you're never playing this over the 7 drops that green blue already runs, and you're never playing it in any other green deck because it's never going to be something that has to come down. So Cyber also saying D tier. Yeah, I agree with you. I think also D tier. So all right. Oh man. Okay. I think we're just about done. I think all we've got left is Ruby. What were we just? Emerald. Is there any Emerald cards? No. Okay. So I think all that we've got left is... When did that happen? Oh. Did you guys see this enchanted? Wow, this happened at 11:16 p.m. Can't hold it back anymore. I'm not even surprised that another Frozen song got another enchanted. Not even surprised. So that is a beautiful enchanted card. So all right. Okay, so Amethyst. Let's look at Amethyst cards. And then that is where we'll call it tonight, because there won't be any cards left to look at after these Amethyst cards. And there's going to be quite a few of them, so this might actually take a minute. Okay, so we got Nala. Nala's our Nana. Nana's our first one, so we'll copy image. Look at... No... Okay, of course she's got a wall of text like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay, she is a 3-cost inkable 3/3/1. When you play this character, you may choose and discard a card to return a chosen character with cost 2 or less to their player's hand. So you have to discard one of your cards to bounce an opponent's card to their hand. No. I don't think I really want to be doing that. Just to play a 3/3/1. That doesn't, with cost 2 or less. Oh, you can bounce your own dock, so that is true. But you also have to then lose a card to do that, which doesn't feel great. But I mean, that's kind of what we do with Mother Knows Best. Yeah, for me, this is gonna be a C tier. It's only gonna be C tier because you can do that with Doc. Like, other than that, I just don't see any world where this will ever see play. But with Doc, it potentially could. It could be something for aggro, but you can only play this against aggro if you have Doc in hand. It's like Giant Cobra. But again, I think I'd rather be playing Giant Cobra if I have a Doc in hand, because I want that 2 lore. And Giant Cobra is challenging into Tiana's or whatever else, whereas Nana is just a 3/3/1. That's not doing much. It's not helping me gain the board or anything like that. So that's Nana. Then we have this Merlin. So Merlin is a 2-cost uninkable 0/3/2 boost 2. When this character is banished in a challenge, if he had a card under him, draw 2 cards. Well, he could be an aggro card, but again, when we're playing an aggro deck, it's typically better to go wide. Like, you're not looking to go everything down the middle, right? That doesn't feel great ever, because then if they remove it, like, you just lost so much tempo for the sake of drawing 2 cards. But now if you're playing an aggro deck, you have no choice but to go fast because there's so many different board removals. It is uninkable. It is slow. It is a Merlin shift target, right? If you wanted to go that route, the Merlin shift being letting you dig for a card. So that's something, but it's just so slow. It's a 0/3/2. It gets cleared by Calhoun and all these other nasties. Shere Khan, Diablo, Black Heron. All of these cards can clear Merlin for nothing. Yeah, I just don't think you need the 2 cards as much as you'd rather see something stick around or trade. I could see Library back in red purple because things are slowing down, and that could be true as well. Like, maybe we do see Library come back, or Library. I was about to say Queen's Castle, but it can't. So it doesn't even synergize with the red action. Yeah, like, there's just a lot Merlin doesn't do. I'd love to see Blurple. Somebody try with Blurple for the shift Merlin. That would be kind of cool. So, like, that would be cool. The shift Merlin. So, but, okay. Magicka, Olaf, Magicka, Cauldron, Cheshire Cat. Oh, we haven't seen the shift Magicka, right? No, we haven't seen the shift Magicka. Okay, shift Magicka. Okay. And then we have not, let's do the same thing that we did earlier. So we'll go through Begone. Have we seen Begone? No, we have not seen Begone. So we'll grab Begone. Bang. We'll grab Swooping Strike. Bang. Fragile as a Flower. Oh, there's so many. Okay. Okay, Fragile as a Flower. This is a little weird artwork. Her face looks a little strange. We'll look at that when it gets bigger. Cheshire Cat. Okay. Oh, another Demona. Okay. Iago, can't hold it back. Violet, Lina. Elsa, when you play this character, you may draw a card. We saw that one. The Horn King, Nibs, Hades, Horn King, Gwithian something. I don't think we've seen that card. Okay. Next page. Horn King, Demona, Horn King. Okay. I think that's everything. Okay. All right, let's start with this one. No. Okay. Savage Hunter, 5 cost, Inkable, 4/3/2, evasive. Whenever this character quests, each opponent chooses and exerts one of their ready characters. So it's a slow Elsa. Sure. Yeah, it's a slow Elsa. It's a slow Gwythaint. Gwythaint. Okay. I think that's what I said the first time. I should have stuck with my guns. It's a slow Elsa. It trades into Genie, trades into Dumbo. But it's a slow Elsa. And what are we trying to do on turn 5, right? That's the question. We have the new Ursula on turn 5. We have Elsa on turn 5. We have Belle on turn 5. We have Dumbo into Genie, or Genie into Dumbo on turn 5. Is it a B? I'm going with B. Whenever this character quests, so how many games have we played with purple where you're like, you know what I really need right now is an Elsa, and then you don't have it. Meanwhile, you can run Gwythaint and have all the Elsas, because now every time they quest or they have to go into it. Star says C tier, and that's kind of where I'm at, like, and that's part of the problem too, is they just have so many good 5 cost cards that a character that quests for 2, has evasive, and exerts characters is no longer one of the best cards. So, okay, in red purple it makes sense because now you no longer just need Elsa. So Flingerdingers might be the place for Gwythaint as far as finding playability. So that could be it, because now Gwythaint's helping you control the board with your Flingerdinger stuff. So that's a good point. So I'll go B tier. Because yeah. So I'll go B tier. Oh no, the yawnings has started. I'm sorry guys, if you're watching and you start yawning, you can't blame me, okay? It came from somebody else. All right. So next up we've got Demona. Demona's a 4 cost, Inkable, 4/6/1, Challenger +2. If you have 3 or more cards in your hand, this character can't ready. Of course, that's the Stone by Day effect. Yeah. It's Challenger +2 is good. I mean, it becomes a 6/6, which is really good. The problem is I'm just not the biggest of fan of Challenger cards. So now it is a new 4-drop for Blurple, right? And Blurp, that's always the question. So what can they do on... So if we remove lore and we go here and we go to purple and we go to 4 cost, like, what other things are they looking to do? Well, Cinderella possibly, Dumbo, Genie are the big ones. Some people run Kita or Iago. So the question is, do they need Demona? C tier, the problem with this card is purple draws so many cards. B, usable but situational. She's never readying up. And that's a good point. Like, purple normally Iago or Elephant exactly is more 4 drops. So, and I don't think she replaces any of the 4 drops that we're currently seeing. She could replace Iago. She replaces Iago, right? With that, and that's not even a question. She could replace Madame M. Elephant as well. So I guess replaces in those areas, because Madame M. Elephant is not doing anything, right, when she comes down. Now later on, it does have unique use stances, that her ability to move damage. So, oh yeah, Iago has evasive. So she might not even replace Iago. So that's a good point as well. So I think she may be C tier. Unless your meta is just a whole bunch of gargoyles, I don't know if you need this Demona to be able to do things. So I'm going to go with C tier. I'm going to go with C tier 4. I think that's an appropriate spot for this Demona. Unlike her or legendary or legendary version. Okay. Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat's a 3-cost inkable 3/4/1 boost 2. Interestingly enough, only a Storybone and a Whisper. Whenever you put a card under this character, you may move up to 2 damage counters from chosen character to chosen opposing character. So it has a Baby Bell effect, meaning Bell's moving 3 damage, Cheshire Cat's moving 2 damage. So this with the Mulan works really well. Anything that's giving self damage is going to work really well. Yeah, you can just do some wacky things with this. So it's a flinger dinger card. It's going to be great in red purple, and anytime they can see a card that, like, yeah, I think this is really good. Red purple, awesome. Star saying A tier. Move damage from the Hades effect, very true. Yeah, so whenever you put a card under this character, you may move up to 2 damage character. Yeah, so being able to do that every single turn, I imagine how many times you've had to play around Bell and how difficult that is, and now you have to do it every single turn with Cheshire Cat. Like, that can be pretty annoying. So I like A tier as well. I think you could find a place for it in red purple. That's probably the only purple deck that does run it, but again, there's a purple deck that's literally built around moving damage. So I think it's a good card for that deck. Next up, we have our 3-cost inkable with the very interesting Mother Gothel face. Fragile as a Flower. Draw a card. It's a song. Draw a card. Exert chosen character with 2 or less, with cost 2 or less. They can't ready at the start of their next turn. So this is interesting. What is the card that a lot of them are running right now? It has the donkey and the little boy in it, I think. It's a purple card. It exerts 2 characters. I think it costs 3. But is it a song or an action? And how good has that been? Not so good that every Blurple deck is running it, but a lot are. And so this one's exerting 1 character with cost 2 or less. Draw a card. So it is anti-aggro. It's an action. Okay, so that one's an action. Whereas this one is a song. It does work with Into the Unknown. They never come back. Yes, thank you very much. They never come back. It does set up Into the Unknown. It sets up the ability to challenge. It sets up things for Flinger Dinger. B, I think it's a good B tier song. Oh, yes. Yep. That doesn't exert it. It just doesn't let it ready. That's right. Yep. Nope. Very true. Very true. So, okay. Yeah, I'm going to go with B tier. I think it is better than They Never Come Back, because it does, like, it does exert it, whereas They Never Come Back does not exert it. So I do think it's better than that card. So I could see it seeing a little bit more fringe play than that card, but yeah, I like B tier for it. Next up, we've got Swooping Strike. Each opponent chooses and exerts one of their ready characters. So I mean, Fragile as a Flower for 3 does this, but draws a card. This just exerts one of their characters. Again, Red Purple is getting all of the stuff they really needed to make Flinger Dinger stuff happen. Before, if they didn't see Elsa, they kind of were just dead in the water. That's one of Red Purple's biggest weaknesses. So this is actually a really big deal. This helps a lot. I mean, it works with Maui Half Shark really well. Like this is an instant include, I would imagine, in Red Purple decks. So A tier, is A tier too much? What do you guys think? Is A tier too much for this card? I'm just thinking like it's a 1-cost card that works so well for Red Purple. Like this solves so many problems for Red Purple. The biggest problem being kind of like Red Steel, where they just never have to turn sideways. And that's a big way that I've beaten Red Purple with aggro this set. It's just never turning sideways has worked really well for me. But yeah, I like A tier. A is good. A tier definitely. Perfect. All right. Look at that. Okay. Next up, we've got Begone. Begone is return chosen character, item, or location with cost 3 or less to their player's hand. 3-cost action. Returning anything to their hand is nice. But again, if I'm playing Blurple, I'm setting up my turn 4s. Yeah, see a Tiana, very true. You can return the Tiana to their hand and then take out whatever she was protecting. That is a thing. With Blurple, I'm setting up my 4-drops though that are all really good as is. That said C tier. And I think C tier is kind of where it sits as well. Just because again, it's expensive, and that's kind of the problem, right? I look at it's just expensive. I don't think it needs much more than that. When you can just run a lot of other things, set up your board, get ready to turn things sideways with the Strike or the Elsa, things like that. So okay. Our last one, Magicka Dispel. The Shift 7. Wait. She's a Shift 7 that costs 7. And her ability, when you play this character, if you use Shift to play her, you may draw 4 cards. And the problem is none of the Magicka Dispels are any good anyways. Like, the best Magicka Dispel, we put it C tier, barely. Drawing 4 cards is great, but I mean she's a 7-cost that quests for 1. I've got to put her in D tier. Like, oh, and she's uninkable. Like, yeah, I've got to put her in D tier. I think Eduardo being C tier is very, very nice. That is very nice of you. So, to go that route, but I think D tier is appropriate for it. F tier. Yes, I mean, I just don't see a world where you would ever play a 7/7 on turn 7 when there's so many other things you could be doing. So let's check Discord really quick. Make sure we didn't miss anything. I think we had a 4-cost, right? Yeah, Mushu. This is gonna be our last one for tonight. Mushu right here. Jeremy. Tomorrow I have locals, so I don't know about tomorrow. And Saturday I have set champs, so I don't know. But I was talking to the wife tonight, trying to figure out how we're gonna do the live stream schedule and everything. So that is setting up an actual schedules in the works. We're thinking it's gonna be like probably Monday through Thursday we'll start live streaming, and then the next 3 days off kind of thing. Just because Friday is local, Saturday would be kind of our day out. Saturday and Sunday kind of our days out kind of stuff, but that's kind of where we're leaning. So we'll kind of see. As far as Mushu goes, four costs 442. Yeah, probably everyone's. Yeah, I think yeah, because I'd rather just play Genie, right, or Dumbo, or anything else for that matter. So but yeah, I'm not sure if any more live streams over the next couple days. But yeah. Because tomorrow is local, so that'll be in the evening. So definitely nothing there. So, but yeah, we'll see. And good luck to you, man. I know you're going for your third one, so hopefully I can. Unfortunately I'll probably end up playing Amber Steel. Not that Amber like I love the colors, right? I didn't find a whole lot of enjoyment with sitting there for 40 minutes every round because the games win or lose are just so fast. Like, and it just felt bad. Like when I'm just sitting there knowing my wife was at home and I haven't seen her for 6.5 months. So, and I'm just sitting there for 40 minutes every round. It felt weird to me, but I'll probably end up playing Amber Steel again. So Amber Steel or Green Purple, but with how much aggro there is at this one, probably Amber Steel. So I just don't enjoy Blurple or Purple Steel very much. So, and then I don't know. Anyways, good luck to you as well, man. I appreciate you being here tonight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, though, for everybody else, is all the cards that we've seen revealed so far. I think someone said there's like 10 cards left. So, again, what I plan on doing is once we're favorite number is 3. It is my favorite number as well. I have no good reason. I just like the number 3. So, but yeah, I think we have like 10 cards left, and we'll see if we do a live stream for that. Probably not, because they're going to come out and I won't be live streaming over the next 3 days, but I'm going to do a video on them, talk about probably the best cards, and then another video on the worst cards of the set and why we felt that way. So kind of just talk about some of our thoughts during the live stream. As far as who's eaten best, Steel looks like they won that title, followed by Blue, and then it looks like Amber took the lead for the most D tier cards. They kind of took the lead in B and D tier so far in our thing. They might be tied with Amber. So, but yeah, interesting. I'm excited for this set. I think everybody is, especially after Fabled. I think everybody just kind of didn't enjoy Fabled very much. It was just kind of an awkward set, and some people, of course, they did, but I think the majority of the crowd kind of is ready for Fable to be done, and thankful that it's a short set as well. So, yeah, I'm feeling this card. I think its effect is really neat. Like for Shift 5, and then the fact that you can discard those cards and then you choose what character to deal damage to is just that's really cool that you can discard and then choose the character. So I like that idea. I like that it's a nice body. I like that, like, it's just a cool effect. So that's kind of the baby shift's not a bad card either on its own. It's not great or maybe even good, but it's not bad. It's somewhere in between, mediocre maybe. So you thought I would have had it in C tier? I think the stream would have been very upset with me because everybody was really high up on that card in the stream. So I think they would have definitely been very upset with me if I would have done that. All right. So what I'm going to do, this probably looks really weird because you guys are now following. Yeah. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do a raid really quick. And while I find that, again, guys, like, appreciate you guys being here. Oh, it's Saber Games again. This is who we actually did last night. So, that's who we're gonna raid tonight. I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I know I always do. Like, this was, I didn't know if I'd do something like this for my first streams coming back, doing like a tier list thing with all the cards, but it ended up being a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. But definitely because you guys were here in the past. I think it's been like 6 sets that since I've done it, where I just, no, 5 sets. I just did videos on them, YouTube videos, but there's not really any interaction with people. So this was fun. I enjoyed this a lot. But we're going to raid some Red Saber Games doing their locals and see how things are going. Look at that. It's Blue Steel, but that looks like Pirate's Life. But it can't. No, there's no way it's Pirate's Life. But it looks like Green Blue versus Blue Steel. So at least that's kind of cool. It's not Blurple and Purple Steel. So, but yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. You know, don't forget, you're more than welcome in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord yet, I'll drop that link really quick for anybody that wants it. But yeah, I appreciate it very much. And so let me invite people. Copy. Paste. Bang. Okay, let's do some raiding. Start raid. But yeah, remember, stay happy and healthy though. That's what matters, all right? That's what matters. So, all right, guys, let's do the raid and have a great night, all right? Have a good night, everyone. Appreciate you being here, all right?